you the meat stick?
Yeah, I got it.
Hey, just hold tight for a second. They're moving the casket. Just hold tight.
Yeah, that's no worries. I got it.
Oh, what an awesome day for a pump, dude.
Yeah, I gotta take it easy. Doc says if I exert myself, I will die.
You overexert yourself, you will die.
I'll tell you what, you finish the workout, all these could be yours. That looks good. A little bit of honey ham for the ham. Get after it, and that's your, nope, get after it, and that's your treat. Stay, do the exercise, do the work, then you get the reward. That's how this works, man. You gotta give it max effort, maximum effort. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Big hams. Make it work, those hams. Work 'em. Putting in the work. Yeah, baby. Yes. This is a spicy workout. Gotta make it worth it. Building the beef and bringing home the bacon, baby. I'm loving it. Teriyaki is just about within your reach. Come on, get you some. Come on. Ooh, ooh. Maximum effort. Maximum effort. You're there. You're almost there.
That's so worth it.
What do you make of this up here? Just showed up in the yard a couple days
Has a
ago.
dog been digging in here?
I don't think so, dude. That goes way down in there. Seriously, did you just lose your meat stick?
Yeah.
Oh, no. There's something in there, dude. Just leave it.
Are you kidding me?
We'll just head to the house. Just leave it.
The hell with that.
Oh! Yeah, there's something in there.
Want one?
Thank you.
It was worth it.
Oh, man, this is incredible.
Oh, wow.
Huh?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. Hey, man, grab me a meat stick. I think I can reach it if I just a little more. Just let me go a little. I can't. Just a little more. I almost got it. Careful! Oh, God. No. Come on, just reach. Reach. Just grab my hand. Grab my hand.
Give me the meat stick. This other hand's closer. The one with the stick is... Oh!
What am I supposed to say?
It doesn't matter. His daddy ain't listening to you anyway.
I'm hungry.
No. Put it away. I can't watch it. Oh, crap. Just reach in. You gotta pull it. Just grab it. Just take it out of his hand. What do you mean you can't?
He won't let go.
What do you mean he won't let go? He's dead.
Help me. Get in there.
Now just hold on.
Make him let go of it. No, I got you covered. Just go in for a hug. Go and get on in there. It's a bad loss. Yeah, hug him up. Just reach, hug him up.
He's breathing.
On the other side.
Go.
I can't.
Just-
I can't do it.
Help me, Lord. Help me get over this loss.
I can't breathe.
Yeah, I can't breathe. I'm so upset. I can't breathe. stop. You knock on wood so they go to heaven. It's like a lucky. Get the stick.
Yeah. Hey, did you get the meat stick?
Yeah, I got it.
Hey, just hold tight for a second. They're moving the casket. Just hold tight.
Yeah, it's no worries. I got it.
Oh, what an awesome day for a pump, dude.
Yeah, I gotta take it easy. Doc says if I exert myself, I will die.
You overexert yourself, you will die.
I'll tell you what, you finish the workout, all these could be yours. That looks good. A little bit of honey ham for the ham. Get after it, and that's your get after it, and that's your treat. Do the exercise, do the work, then you get the reward. That's how this works, man. You gotta give it max effort, maximum effort. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Big hams. Make it work, those hams. Work 'em. Putting in the work. Yeah, baby. Yes. Dude, this is a spicy workout. Gotta make it worth it. Building the beef and bringing home the bacon, baby. I'm loving it. Teriyaki is just about within your reach. Come on, get you some. Come on. Ooh, ooh. Maximum effort. Maximum effort. You're there. You're almost there.
That's so worth it.
What do you make of this up here? Just showed up in the yard a couple days
Is a
ago.
dog been digging in there?
I don't think so, dude. That goes way down in there. Seriously, did you just lose your meat stick?
Yeah.
Oh, no. There's something in there, dude. Just leave it.
Are you kidding me?
We'll just head to the house. Just leave it.
The hell with that.
Yeah, there's something in there.
Want one?
Thank you.
It was worth it.
Oh, man, this is incredible.
Wow.
Huh?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. Hey, man, grab me a meat stick. I think I can reach it if I just a little more. Just let me go a little. I can't. Just a little more. I almost got it. Careful! Oh, God. No. Come on, just reach. Reach. Just grab my hand. Grab my hand.
Give me the meat stick. This other hand's closer. The one with the stick is. Oh.
What am I supposed to say?
It doesn't matter. He's dead. He ain't listening to you anyway.
I'm hungry.
No. Put it away. I can't watch it. Oh, crap. Just reach in. You gotta pull it. Just grab it. Just take it out of his hand. You just can't. What do you mean you can't?
He won't let go.
What do you mean he won't let go? He's dead.
Help me. Get in there.
Now just hold on.
Make him let go of it. No, I got you. Just go in for a hug. Go and get on in there. It's a bad loss. Yeah, hug him up. Just reach. Hug him up.
He's breathing.
On the other side.
Go.
I can't.
Just-
I can't do it.
Help!
Help me, Lord. Help me get over this loss.
I can't breathe.
Hey, I can't breathe. I'm so upset. I can't breathe. Stop. You knock on wood so they go to heaven. It's like a lucky. Hey, get the stick.
Hey, do you the meat stick?
Yeah, I got it.
Hey, just hold tight for a second. They're moving the casket. Just hold tight.
Yeah, that's no worries. I got it.
Oh, what an awesome day for a pump, dude.
Hey, I gotta take it easy. Doc says if I exert myself, I will die.
You overexert yourself, you. Welcome in, everybody, to the NECC Collegiate League of Legends Upper Finals here. We've gotten through most of the early part of the CLOL season, and the teams are getting prepared to get to the Collegiate Championship, but there's still one at-large bid left here in the NECC, and tonight we'll figure out which team is going to be fighting for that bid and which team is going to have to wade their way through one more match in the lower bracket. My name is Yanni. I'm joined here by Typhoon. Typhoon, we have Ole Miss ranked at number 3 in the nation right now against Fisher College, ranked number 6. This should be a really great matchup.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a great matchup. This is the only series that went the full distance in the regular season for Ole Miss. So these teams have already had a pretty good taste of each other here earlier in the season. So should be a pretty good matchup for this grand final slot.
Without a doubt, my friend. And uh, there's not too much more you can say about the players and these teams, right? Most should know who Ole Miss are. You take a look on both sides. Fisher College, we have that is Bajani in the top lane, Bruness in the jungle, Wayna in the mid lane, Brabro and Magi in the bottom lane. And over for Ole Miss, we have Stray in the top lane. Icelandic Hero will be subbing in for Keel today. Then we have Asila, Shogo, and Rhino going at it. And Keel, he's the 4th ranked jungler on the CLOL power rankings list. And Icelandic Hero, when he played last season, was quite good, but we haven't really seen him in any competitive play so far in 2025. So, jungle meta's changed up a little bit. We'll have to see what he looks like.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Of course, there's always like questions coming in, playing with a sub versus, one of your superstars. So it'll be interesting to see how they adapt to that. But I think it should be pretty, pick up where the ball was dropped and keep on rolling. And hopefully they can push it through and pick up a win here against, a really tough opponent.
Yeah, and in the 3rd week of the regular season, Ole Miss did end up getting a 2-0 victory over Fisher College. So, Fisher's going to want a little bit of revenge here. And, you know, CLOL is known as being quite top heavy. And I think what this means for Fisher is that they really need to come out here and look strong. Bruness has been the cornerstone of this team. He's been the engine that's made this team run. Didn't have the greatest time against Keel last time out. Now he's going to go up against Icelandic Hero. We've seen Icelandic Hero get exposed in the past. He is a very, very strong player, but there have been times where, bit of a jungle gap. Nothing insane, but it's like that's the one advantage the other team had. And here for Fisher today, they're going to need to hang their hat on this guy.
Yeah, it'll definitely be an interesting one because, like you were mentioning, with the substitute in, you're losing what you could consider as your big mitigator for that, very strong spot for Fisher College. So it'll be interesting, if Icelandic Hero can manage to shut this jungle matchup down and kind of, push his team forward and put them on top. It'll be a tough task, that's for sure, but we'll see if he can do it.
Yeah, especially against the guy who's battle tested as Bruness, who's played in EU Masters back in 2021. Played in the play-ins for them. He played jungle for WLG Gaming, which at the time had Vladdy in the mid lane, who, as we all know, is doing quite well in the LEC right now. Has played with guys like Woolite. Like, this guy has been around the block, knows what needs to be done in order to get a victory, and it's been great for really this new look Fisher. Fisher has been a powerhouse in the past, where they had some really, really good players and some really solid teams, some really solid finishes. Back when the squad was entirely Bay State University. But since then, things have changed a little bit. Two top 8 finishes in the CLOL Championship, top 6 finish last season. I'm really looking to get themselves over the hump with this new roster, which is why we say that beating Ole Miss today or taking wins off of them, looking incredibly competitive, maybe have ourselves a 3-2. Will go a long way toward people believing, hey, this team could win the collegiate championship potentially.
Yeah, and I think if you're ever going to make a statement game, it's here against Old Miss. Like you were mentioning before, number 3 ranked. Old, just such a strong roster to really try to put away, and even taking a couple games and dropping the series would not be the end of the world. But it looks like we're going to hop right into draft here.
Yeah, and so I'm interested to see how the overarching meta affects the collegiate meta, right? Because oftentimes the college teams just play their way. They don't necessarily always play the way that you see in pro play. We did see a couple of lane swaps earlier this year from some select collegiate teams. Ole Miss was one of them. Not going to have that available. I see Ole Miss is really on the sauce here because they're already banning out the Gwen, who has been a crazy good pick so far.
Yeah, earlier today with the LEC, there was a lot of prio on this champion. Definitely really strong in the top lane right now. A lot of not even bad matchups per se. There's really just it's just good matchups and neutral matchups, I feel
Hmm.
like. And anything that could really contest this is just not available. Like it's just too weak. So it's great band from that side there. And then of course Wukong, great team fighter to pair with the Gwen ban and a Skarner in response.
Yeah, Bruness has been quite a big fan of Wukong. Has solo carried some games on it, so again, good on Ole Miss for taking it out. For Fisher as well, we seeing a lot of teams just leave up Skarner, especially in like the LPL as an example, that are just like, oh, we'll just let the Skarner through. I'm pretty sure it still has 100% win rate over there. His champion is Giga Busted, just like Neferi is. That champion is not okay. Thank you, Ole Miss, for banning that champion. I really don't want to see that champion again because it's so, so strong. We're going to see a Corgi first pick come through for Fisher. Great first pick. It's got flex potential.
Yeah, very easy first pick, kind of very blindable, a lot of late game damage, a lot of team fight potential, but also just a really safe laner. So the priority here, probably Ezreal also, quite high priority, has been for the whole year pretty much. It's kind of these safer bot laners that scale well into team fighting. So I'm expecting to see an Ezreal here, but it's going to be a Maokai and a Jace locked up. You typically when you draft Jace, you want to pick one of these high CC easy to execute junglers. That way you can set up the poke, set up the shock blast for easy connect. And Corki typically goes alongside with that. So it is kind of a takeaway from a potential comp here.
We're going to see a Vi get locked in for Fisher. Too many surprises there. This champion has been all over the meta since the start of 2025. Just incredibly powerful champion. We're going to see Rumble get locked in as well. So this maybe leads me to believe that we could see Corki mid lane as opposed to bot lane. I'd really like Fisher to opt this Corki into the bot lane and take one of Vi's really strong mid jungle pairings like a Talia or like an Ari.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this it's going to be the Zaya in response here, a bit of a safe laner. I think that's kind of a response here into this Vi Rumble combo. It's super easy to execute. You just press your R on the Vi, and then you press your R on the Rumble. It's that simple. You just drop all the cooldowns on their heads, and the Zaya, just has that Featherstorm to get away from it. So it'll definitely be up to execution here for Burness on this Vi, and selecting the correct target and playing around that cooldown especially.
And I think the Silas ban leaves some indication up that Ole Miss is going to want to maybe go toward a Rakan. Not entirely sure where this Maokai is going to go. As we know, it is a triple flex. We've seen it, in when it's been played. It's usually been just about everywhere at this point. Ari going to get taken away, so they'll leave the door open for this Talia and that Alessandra Ben, very much aimed at Asila.
Yeah, definitely a high priority with that Rakan. I mean, this champion is just strong in general, and then of course pairing it with Desire, one of it's a you know lore accurate, the best duo realistically speaking, especially for a competitive matchup here. Blitzcrank, of course, also up there, but we don't see much of that. But it's going to be the Aurora locked in, and they're kind of still keeping their options open here for Ole Miss. You know, we've seen Aurora top lane in the past. We've seen it earlier today in the LEC, and then Jace, of course, no stranger to playing in that mid lane.
Yep, and we're going to see this Akali come through. So now we know that this Corki will be headed to the bot lane. I like the takeaway of the Aurora. It's just one of the more powerful pairings with Vi as well. It was the third one that went unnamed. It isn't the Talia, but we're going full assassin here. We're trying to get on the Jace. We're trying to get on to this Aurora. And, I don't know if you'll be able to find the Xayah here. Last couple picks coming through. It's Nautilus and Pantheon. So Typhoon, the team composition are set. How you feeling about these last couple of picks and overall about the team comps?
Yeah, I mean it's a very exciting draft. I think a lot of burst potential, a lot of explosive firepower from both sides, and something to keep an eye on is quite a good deal of CC from Fisher, but not quite as much to match from Ole Miss with a relatively small front line, all things considered. Of course, especially if that Pantheon does go for one of these bruiser or assassin builds that we do see a lot more in solo queue versus the hard steel that we see out of support. So it'll be interesting to see operate that. It'll be should be a little rough on it. And it looks like we're gonna hop right into the game here. Pretty standard stuff so far. Be ignite cleanse here for Brabro and Maggie on the Corki Nautilus with barrier ignite here across the way for Shogo and Rhino. So a bit of a cleanse difference here, especially from the side that you would expect to have cleanse with the more CC, but it does have that Feather Storm, so it should be an interesting one to kind of keep an eye on.
Is that we've sent the Jace to the mid lane here, so
yeah,
obviously the flexibility with these picks are great. There has been some questions about the Silas champion pool and what he can play and what he hasn't really shown yet. So I think this Jace will be a nice test for him. I imagine that the Aurora was probably the idea to go top lane once we saw the Rumble locked and the full comps going through. So it's always nice when your solo laners can move about just a little bit. Junglers both pathing from top to bottom here, so could see some fireworks later. We're really looking for Icelandic Hero on this Pantheon to make the first move, because if you just let Vi hit level 6 without putting any pressure on the map, it's going to be a bad time.
Yeah, I mean, a hook in from Maggie straight away here, trading heavy in this bot side, of course. Maokai is a bit of a weird level 1. It doesn't, especially in the support role, doesn't have a lot of potential. It's usually that level 2 that becomes a lot stronger with the WQ combo. So, of course, Nautilus level 1 going to be stronger, but lane prio is going to go over to Ole Miss here in this bot lane. And then, of course, actually, it's going to be prio in all 3 lanes here. Pretty good start for the Pantheon, able to... should be able to make something happen pretty early. A lot of early strength in this champion, but does have to be careful of the counter gank from Burness on this Vi. Also a lot of strength in this early game.
One thing to note is that the last time we saw these teams, Shogo and Brabro went at it, and Brabro, I believe he went to a big Callista,
Maggie's gonna trade. No, nothing.
A little worrisome. He played this Callista into Shogo and did not have a good time. Threw the gauntlet down against what everybody considers one of, if not the best AD carry in CLOL. Meanwhile,
Wayna has to be careful here.
Syla going at it. Yeah, he's going to flash away. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. He's all good.
That's a big summoner advantage here in the mid lane now for Ole Miss. No flash on this Akali, especially prior to hitting level 6. Makes it really easy to kind of gank this champion once that Shroud is on cooldown, especially with a champion like Pantheon where you have the point and click CC, you can jump straight to it and get the full combo out. So has to be very careful here on the side of Fisher in this mid lane.
Icelandic Hero getting spotted out on that ward. Bruness a little bit healthier. We'll see if they want to go for it. Trying to move up for Shogo and Rhino, but marred in a 2v2. Good hook going down. The barrier is getting burnt. The Ignite onto Magi as well. And Bruness is going to be the first one down here. Rhino's going to try to get away, but Bruness is going to link up with his team because Icelandic Hero is mad healthy. The Spirit of the Back will force away Fisher College.
Icelandic still hunting.
Yep,
He's spotted out on the
ward.
sword, though.
We'll see if they are able to find a way to get the dive. And there's the spear. Bravo taking low, but the turret take Icelandic Hero to about half HP, but will force the bot lane off the wave critically. Icelandic Hero is going to flash forward, but he finds out that Bruness was lying in wait, so while he does get first blood, it is traded back.
Yeah, but I think you're ultimately going to be
Oh, what a hook! Oh, Rhino, he's so low! We got to get a kill here, and it ends up being a 1-for-1. Magi going to get the credit. And Shogo gets his first. Now he's just going for Bruness. He flashes on him. It'll just be a flash for flash.
Yeah, I mean, very aggressive here. Oh, channeling.
Oh, good sidestep from Shogo. He had that one read like a book.
Yeah, beautiful awareness from Shogo walking back. But ultimately, it was a really heads-up play from Burness to be aware that Icelandic Hero was chasing. Of course, does have that ward right above the wall there in that bot side.
Wyana, oh, my goodness.
Wow, that's electrocute damage right there.
Yeah, no fear in that guy.
Yeah, a lot of that. We'll come back to that one, but before that, with the bot play, beautiful hook to make it another 1-for-1. But initially, that first 1-for-1 jungle for bot lane is actually quite worth for Ole Miss, because you have that. You know, now you've got the wave crashing. The AD carry's dead, and your jungler has already full cleared and looks to reset anyway. So you're definitely not opposed to that. And then they get a little bit greedy on that bot side and give over another kill. Of course, does get kind of, you know, salvaged by Shogo sidestepping on the Q over from Burness. But and then of course mid lane, you know, just electrocute buffs really being felt for Wyna, playing really aggressively on this aggressive champion and setup. We're gonna get a bit of a lull state. Both objectives now spawn, and it looks like we're gonna have a hover onto the bottom side from Ole Miss, looking for this dragon more so early, versus the grubs on the top side. Going to be, it looks like they're potentially setting up for the traded objectives here.
Yeah, and you know what? I think they're pretty okay with deciding, hey, we're going to go and we're going to just slam Shogo Rhino in the bot lane. They're both really strong right now. Shogo has this BF sword. If you want to give up the grubs, it's totally fine. And look what they're doing to Bravo. They're just forcing him off this wave. You know, if he's able to get any EXP at all, he would consider himself lucky. Rhino has made his way down here. Rhino will get tagged up just a bit, but he's going to walk right into Magi. Icelandic Hero is here to try and save the day. Shogo Wyana going at it, but Wyana's got to ult away.
Yeah, ultimately a lot of nothing in the bot lane, a lot of just cooldown trades going on, and that will delay this dragon, so that's going to give Burness a window here to sneak away this red buff on the counter jungle away from Icelandic Hero. Good heads up play there, a beautiful roam down from Wyna, understanding that his bot lane is getting zoned off and needs to be bailed out here to stay somewhat even in this game.
So it's just a simple trade of objectives, as we mentioned earlier. I have to see if Fisher is going to be able to end up finding their way to 6 grubs. It's going to be not so great for them. You know, obviously you have Rumble as a really solid side laner and the Akali as well, but not like your typical champions, right? You know, Ole Miss would really utilize these grubs well. So it is a very good takeaway, but we'll have to see if Ole Miss is going to prioritize the second set in order to give their strong solo laners a little bit of pushing power, because we haven't really seen the strength come out of them so far in this early game, with Asyla being 0-1 and nothing happening in the top lane. We haven't mentioned these guys once.
Yeah, it's been very quiet up there. I mean, it's kind of standard with a range versus melee matchup, but Rumble kind of does break that trend slightly. It has quite a bit of poke available for a melee champion with those harpoons, with that equalizer. So it's been quiet up there, but a lot of solo lane or side lane pressure here from both sides, all things considered. Jay's Aurora, no slouches on the side lanes either. And then, as you mentioned, the Akali and Rumble both do quite well. So, but like you said, they're not quite these like big tower taking side laners like we typically see with high priority on grubs, you know, via the Jax, via a champion like Trundle even. So definitely a bit of an interesting trade here. gotta engage mid.
Okay, yep, they just go all in on Asila, and he is a little tanky, but not tanky enough. Icelandic Hero is going to turn onto Wayena, but that turret did not help you out, Icelandic Hero. He's going to have to back up. So a nice quick kill there from Fisher. And we talked about Bruness being the one to set the pace, use these ultimates. Icelandic Hero is just a little bit behind on plays.
Yeah, just a very typical thing we see a lot. Ooh, hook gonna connect.
Okay, we're going to turn onto Brabro here, knocking him away, but Rhino is getting lower and lower. The knockup is going to land onto 2, and they didn't target Shogo. Brabro is going all in. He cleanses, but he's taking too much damage. Shogo and his BF sword are chopping people down.
Yeah, beautiful 2v2 turnaround here. They're gonna keep poking at him, but beautiful 2v2 turnaround here on the bottom side from Ole Miss. Just really heads up to know, they're burning all these cooldowns, using them on to Rhino, and that just allows Shogo to free hit the whole fight. And they didn't respect the amount of damage that this Xayah could put out with a BF sword already in inventory.
We're seeing Brabro going toward that tier and that sheen. Shogo has made a name for himself with this quirky build that has Bloodthirster as opposed to Trinity Force, and we're not going to see that here out of Brabro. I'm sure Shogo has having some things to say about that in the comms, as he has his Yuntal Wild Arrows. Asila has taken 3 plates in the mid lane, despite the fact that he's 0-2 right now. He's been ganked a couple of times.
Yeah, and I think having this many plates is definitely going to help neutralize this mid lane matchup a little bit. Also up 10 CS, down a kill and an assist to the Akali. The gold should be somewhat closer to even between the two thanks to those plate takes, and he doesn't even have the Void Grubs.
Oh, big flash by Rhino onto Bajani. He's taken down to about half HP as they've moved their bot lane up to the top side. They do want to equalize out these grubs. Magi just here to cover his top laner, see if Ole Miss decides to do anything, but it looks like they'll just head straight over to grubs. Sila taking it back, does have teleport available. Bruness, the first one in the river here to the Scuttle Crab, will be a big vision point.
Something to note, we have a numbers disparity on this top side. Of course, down in the bot lane, Brabro decided to stay, but the move does come through up to the top side from Shogo, so they should have a man advantage with the TP available.
Oh, this is bad. They've put themselves in a terrible pincer position, and it's Rhino who burns away. The forest is on fire, but Stray comes in with the Between Worlds on the side, and Shogo is free hitting on targets. They are not focusing this man at all. He's going to run down Bajani along with Asila, and Icelandic Hero cannot close out on Wayena. The burn, the spear, but it's all not enough.
Yeah, this is going to be a huge win. They do lose Rhino on this Maokai, but that's your support. You use all of these cooldowns, and here comes all the damage. The double TP gets channeled, does get executed here on that top side. So that's actually a bit of a win, a little less gold given over.
All right, now the problem is, can you kill Icelandic Hero here? Icelandic Hero opts into the fight because he knows he is toast. Wayena picks up kill number 2, but now he's got to contend with the Asila and Rhino, who's running down on him. You have no summoners, you have no ultimate, but you do have enough movement speed to get out.
Yeah, good run away here. Good extra pick on the backside of the play. Icelandic Hero does have to stay there for the grubs a little bit longer than he probably would have liked to. Does get caught out by the TP from Wayena. And now jungler down. It's going to be the Drake traded over. Something to keep a close eye on. Fisher did manage to secure one of those grubs prior to the fight. So they will have the 4 grubs with the single Void Might spawn. Maggie is standing here protecting the dive. Rhino.
It's all right. They're just going to try to do what they can to prevent themselves from bleeding out plates here, given the fact that, 3 are already down. This 4th one is being worked on. Just a minute left, so Ole Miss, while the kill score is even, they have gotten a lot of gold off of these plates. You can see the bot lane, Stray was also able to find 2. It's been really good. And, Stray has quietly been one of the strongest members of Ole Miss in this game, farming up well, getting the solo gold, and well on his way to being a force later on.
We are seeing the Blackfire Torch here on the Aurora too. This is something that's kind of been popping up more recently once those damage nerfs came through. So looking for a little bit more of a bruisery build. We've also been seeing it on Ari too. It's kind of similar in that aspect, is the one rotation spells don't fully burst out people anymore with the nerfs that have come through. So we are seeing these bruiser builds, you know, with this Blackfire, with these burn items, trying to get a little bit more DOT instead of burst. Gonna get engaged on bot.
Yep, Bajani has quickly found himself in a 2v1, and he flubs the ultimate, which will allow Stray to survive.
Very close there to picking up the 1-for-1. Would have definitely been a huge positive if he could secure that kill there. This could get a little bit risky here for Rhino and Shogo in top lane though.
Okay, Rhino is very low, but he won't be able to get out using Bruness, and the knockup is there onto Shogo. He is going to drop his ultimate to time out the Vi ultimate, but now Waena is here, and it looks like they're going to look for a full dive. Shogo trying to dance around. He's got shields, but he doesn't have any health left. Bruness limps out of there, but meanwhile in the mid lane, Asila knocking down structures, as well as Stray in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Stray and Asylum knowing they can't really do much to help there. No TPs available from either of them. So do decide to just push these towers down. Great tower juggling there on the top side. Really knowing the limits there for Burness to sneak out with 1 HP. And we got a triple portal. Icelandic Hero is going to be...
Oh, he smited him! Oh, that's not cool, bro. You're just a jungle minion here in the jungle. Icelandic Hero will fall. Waena is now 4-0-2. Keep that in mind. This guy on Assassins has been really, really good this season.
Yeah, Waena absolutely showing out here on the Akali. Just beautiful performance so far. 66% kill participation out of the mid lane. And just really heads up play from Burness to just smite his 4th camp there in the jungle and pick up the kill onto Icelandic Hero, preventing the portal out. Bit of hovering here on the bot side, making sure Waena can pick up this turret safely. A lot of wards in that bush to keep the vision available. Does pick up this tower, so will cut the gold lead down a little bit here. But so far, it's Ole Miss in the driver's seat, up about 2,000. We'll see if they can convert that into anything bigger, because right now, the last 2 plays that have been made have felt very Fisher favored. Well, not favored, but driven. So...
Uh-oh, Asila. Hold on, he's taking a lot of damage here. He's got to flash out. His teammates are trying to save him, but he will fall. Ends up being a 1-for-1 overall, but this top tier 1 turret will be given over to the star of the show, Shogo. He will get a lot of gold off of this. Waena is just forced to split push on the bottom side. Meanwhile, Rift Herald getting started up. Bravo and Bruness trying to put some pressure on Stray. They're going to look to dive him between worlds. Stray flashes over it because he says, hey, I can get some kills here. Bravo takes a wayward turret shot. He's got to flash away from the 2-fold hex as well.
Huge play there in the mid lane. Does have to burn cooldowns, but that is both flashes from Burness and Brabro now down only in exchange for Stray. So really heads up there to use the between worlds to go unstoppable on the Vi. Doesn't allow for the CC chain to commence and does almost get the turnaround. Just great use of the kit to stay safe here in this mid lane, and it's really kind of showing with this, you know, 40 CS lead now that's opening up in the top lane is definitely nothing to scuff at. The biggest individual CS lead in the game by quite a margin, and yeah, just really, I think even more so important surviving that is it keeps that mid-tier 1 turret safe. We gotta
hang on. Oh, we've caught out Magi here. Bruness is on the side along with Bajani. Bravo and Waena just trying to deal some damage. They go through and they find some kills. But Shogo's still alive, but he's got to flash away. He shuts down Waena. Icelandic Hero, he's going to need a little bit of help. The teleport's coming in from Stray as Bajani flashes onto Shogo in the danger zone. He finds a double kill. And now Stray stuck in a 2v1 as he teleported in all alone. And Bruness looking to run him down, unable to do so, but a fight win for Fisher here, a 4-for-3 as they head to the Dragon.
Yeah, big fight win for Fisher. Does get to pick up their 2nd Dragon. Absolutely just impressive flash forward there in the back of the end of the fight to pick up the extra kill onto Shogo, who had already burned all of his cooldowns.
Stray? Well, he wants to go in. Dragon secured by the side of Fisher. Bajani, wait a minute, he's winning the fight against Stray. It ends up being a 1-for-1 as the team is heading back, but Asila gets turned on. Wayna is here to help out his jungler, and Bruness gets that kill. Rhino is getting run down. He's rooted up. He's just a tree. He's trying to escape, but he's got nowhere to run to. The hook goes wide, but it doesn't really matter because they will run this man down. Yeah, it's a good bramble smash, but Wayna finds his 6th kill, and all of a sudden, Fisher's carries look mighty scary.
Yeah, Fisher picking up quite a few extra kills there, seemingly out of nowhere. Ole Miss kind of just walked them into them. Played very aggressively, trying to stop this dragon. A bit of a misplay, I think. You know, you don't really want to give up all these kills for only the 2nd dragon. They don't even collect the dragon, so for Ole Miss. So they pretty much just handed over a few extra kills. And now this Akali, 6-1-5, absolutely massive here out of the mid lane, and that makes it way harder for Shogo to play the game if Wayna can find him on the back line. Of course, lot of disengaged potential from the barrier, from the Featherstorm for Shogo, but these are cooldowns that get spent. You know, they might get spent on Burness and just jumping onto the back line, and then now what do? You're stuck in the back line with Wayna just absolutely bursting you out. You gotta engage here on the bot side.
Oh yeah, they do not like Bajani. They send 3 members strong and take him out. With Otacon bot lane, Wayna topside, no teleport. It looks like Ole Miss can start up this objective. Rift Herald's gonna get summoned in the bottom lane as well.
Yeah, Ole Miss, I mean, kind of just grasping at straws here with this Otacon spawn. Is in the driver's seat by about 1,500 gold, but it does feel like Fisher does control the map for the most part. Bravo gotta be careful.
Oh my god, from behind, Stray out of nowhere! And now Magi is gonna be stuck in a 4v1. He will go down as well. So will Ruinous Otacon. A lot of Blood Roses going over to Ole Miss. That is a huge advantage.
Yeah, and all the meantime, Rift Herald just claiming the tier 2 turret on the bot side. That's gonna be 700 gold going towards Icelandic Hero here on the Pantheon. Of course, Rift Herald delivering that gold over to him, but kind of a bit of caught out there in the jungle. You know, gotta be careful. Brabro just does not suspect Stray.
Oh, Shogo. You know,
Shogo getting the 80
Shogo-
carry treatment.
Shogo is known for his hubris at times.
Yeah, Wayna catching them out there. I mean, just staying on the wave, not warded out. So getting the 80 carry treatment, a bit of a what's the word? You know, friggin' he gets caught out. You know, the same way that his own 80 carry does in the prior team fight. Bit of deja vu. That's it. That's the one. But it is looking for, we're gonna get engaged here into the enemy jungle again.
Yeah, why not? They're gonna look for a quick play on the Rhino. They find it, but now it's a 3v2, and it looks like Ole Miss wants to fight. Here comes Stray to even up the odds just a little bit. Weirding twofold Hex doing a lot of damage. Magi wants to go back in because he sees the teleport coming through. Asila has to flash away. Bajani rolling out the red carpet on top of him, but it's gonna be Stray trying to get to the back line, doing a lot of damage. Brabro not able to find Icelandic Hero. Wayne is gonna run scared, so does Magi. Flash forward, twofold Hex, triple kill for Stray.
Huge team fight for Stray coming up with the triple, picks up the shutdown onto Wayna. A bit of an awkward fight there. You're fighting under the enemy mid tier 2 from Fisher, and you're stuck there with the tier 1 is still up. So you're fighting past this tower, but you can't walk back out through the lane. It becomes extremely dangerous, and once Brabro is in, he can't really get his have a way out there after he fully commits to the fight. So they have to either win the fight or they lose the fight really hard, and it ended up being the latter of the two. And Stray gets paid, and it's gonna be really tough to deal with this Aurora now. Of course, I was mentioning earlier the damage nerfs that were leading to more of these burn and bruiser builds, but that's not gonna matter if you're this far ahead now. 5-1 and 4, big shutdown picked up off of the Akali. It's gonna be a really tough team fight now. For Fisher down 5,000 gold now. Was looking very good early in that mid jungle specifically, and now it's gonna be very rough. I mean, playing against a really better. We're gonna get engaged mid lane.
Asila? Listen, if Asila gets caught out, it could be easy, but look at all the damage that Stray does. Icelandic Hero over the top too. Bajani gonna be the focus. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Shogo gets engaged on, but he is just fine. Wayena has been spotted out too. And Ole Miss have taken full control of this game 23 minutes in.
Wayna might be hunting for more, but yeah, I mean, you're engaging onto this Jace who is deceptively tanky. Spear of Shojin and a Phage and the Kindle Gem all in inventory. Gives them a lot of extra health, and you don't really have a lot of, you know, ability to get through this health bar super quickly here now that you've kind of fallen behind. And that just allows Stray and Shogo to kind of free hit almost. And it's really tough to play the fights out when the enemy carries are just allowed to hit. Beautiful side step with Shogo.
Immediately, oh my god, immediately turning on Bruness and just ripping his health bar apart. Stray taking Brabro very, very low. It has been a rough game for the AD carry of Fisher. He has been largely quiet. The rough early lane into just seeing Ole Miss's solo laners be really strong. I mean, even Asila is strong at this point. He's on 3 items. Not sure what the move is going to be for Fisher here. You really have to get creative with your engages because Stray and Shogo have abilities to be able to dodge out. Stealth is on. Brabro getting tagged between worlds. Stray goes into 3 members. He gets focused out. It's a shutdown. But now Wayena's on the backside alone, trying to use the stealth to his advantage, but he gets rooted. There's the ultimate coming through from the Rumble as he looks to burn down Rhino, and he will. Icelandic Hero getting burnt alive too, but Shogo and Asila are healthy and are able to trade back.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, it's going to be 3 for 3, and you're not too upset about it if you're Fisher College. You get a shutdown off of the Aurora, you know, playing really aggressively. Stray trying to really make the most out of it. But Brabro and Wayna do survive, so they both do pick up quite a bit of gold, especially Wayna picking up that shutdown on Stray. And then, of course, you know, Johnny just shows up on this Rumble and takes down 2 more to kind of salvage the team fight. Afterward, Wayna looked like he was a little bit caught out there in the mid lane in that Shroud. Does have the mobility and the stealth to get away after the fact, so it does kind of also contribute to saving this play.
Okay,
Wayna.
All right, he stops the backs here. Luckily, he will be just fine with the mid laner of Fisher. He's doing a lot, but he just needs to do that much more. He is the one guy who is really running things. I also think Vajani is having a pretty good game as well. His ultimates are fine, but the way he's been playing the team fights have been pretty good. If he steps up these equalizers just a little bit, Ole Miss find themselves caught, could easily tilt the game back in Fisher's favor. The gold lead, yes, it is large for Ole Miss. It is 6,000, but Fisher can still scrap.
Yeah, definitely has to be careful. A lot of burst potential and a lot of AoE available from Fisher. So Ole Miss definitely not completely in the win column here in game 1 yet. Definitely has to be careful of that. Of course, you know, Stray and Shogo just have been randomly caught out at times here on occasion, so they have to be careful of their positioning. But looks like we're going to get a Baron start straight on Vision. The Ole Miss is
it doesn't matter. It's gone.
Baron.
Yeah, this thing is very, very dead. You see all the items in the inventory that Ole Miss have. Baron Dasher never stood a chance. Teleport coming in from Wayena. The question is, do Fisher want to try to salvage this play? They're going to focus out Rhino here. Rhino getting poked down. There's an equalizer. It splits them apart. It's pretty good. Rhino below half HP. Bruness wants to go in. He's going to target out Asila. Icelandic Hero coming to help out for the stuns, but they're all low. And Stray comes in with the Between Worlds. He does end up falling. And the rest of the fight, though, Shogo is free hitting once again. Magi and Brabro are low. Wayena gets a kill on the side, but it doesn't matter. Bajani, while healthy, is unable to close out on any more. Another 3 for 3.
Again, if you're favoring this, if you're Fisher, Brabro has to be careful. Will get out though. Tries to get caught out by Icelandic Hero, who's quite low on HP himself, but definitely would have the potential to burst him out. But yeah, I mean, if you're Fisher, you're just absolutely thrilled with this fight again. You take away 3 Baron buffs, you get the 3 for 3. Brabro starts to get a little more gold again. Bajani also picking up some more gold. which is just going to cook more and more with this Rumble overheat. Just beautiful equalizer to kind of split Shogo up from the fight. Does allow them to engage on the right side of that fight into Tribrush a little bit more aggressively than they probably would have been able to into this fed Xayah. So quite a well played team fight from Fisher, but still behind 6,500 gold, really trying to claw their way back. It's going to be tough still. You're fighting into big wallets.
Hook doesn't quite land here as Fisher hankering for a fight. One thing to note is that Shogo has the small Mortius now. So these double AP solo laners will be dealing just less and less damage to this guy. And every point of damage matters when you're dealing with a Xayah. You have an opportunity to catch her out before she can use her ultimate. You know, that's going to pay off dividends in a fight. Doing a bit of a dragon dance here. Both teams have 2 dragons apiece, and I think Fisher have realized this has to be our win con. Getting the next 2 dragons, keeping themselves in the game enough. Cresting the 30-minute mark. Ole Miss with one big fight could really end this game. Dragon down to 3,000. Rhino's ultimate's going to come through. It's going to root up Magi, but everybody else is well protected as they're going to go all in on the Nautilus. The ultimate coming out from the Rumble does a lot of damage too. But between worlds from Stray, he's going to get turned on. Bravo trying to do damage with the twofold Hex is way too strong. And all of a sudden, Bajani has found himself completely alone. He needs to flash away. Ole Miss, they get the dragon, they win the fight, and they are looking to find Bajani too. But they say, you know what, we can just ignore you, bud. They're going to head straight to this mid lane wave.
Yeah, I mean, the fight was good. Initially, you trade support for support, and it's not horrible. And then you get the engage on the front side to Stray, burst him out quickly, but he lives just long enough to get a lot of his combo out, and it does just enough damage here to pick up the fight win. Meanwhile, on the backside, I mean, you really aren't doing anything. Icelandic Hero kind of just zoning him out, almost alone, just holding back Bajani from being able to access his backline. Of course, you know, beautiful equalizer again, picks up quite a bit of damage on them in this fight, but it doesn't really matter much. Like your carries aren't able to hit the way you need them to, the same, and especially the same way that Ole Miss is able to hit the front to back fight. So it's just a lost fight, and you kind of lose just straight up off of the deep pockets yet again.
This has been a very, very ugly game between 2 top-ranked teams in the collegiate scene. But Fisher College is now on the side of the cliff, teetering, and Ole Miss with one more well-placed punch will be able to knock them down. 2 inhibitors have fallen both in the mid lane and in the top lane. No objectives to speak of for Ole Miss right now. Nothing on the map, so it's time for them to just group up and look to end this game. Typhoon, I'm not sure if there's anything Fisher can do to stop this onslaught.
No, yeah, I mean, they're kind of in a lose-lose situation here, you know. It's only a matter of time. There's only a minute and a half on this Baron till it comes up. There's 3 minutes left on a Hex Soul coming up for Ole Miss, and you pretty much have to get every single objective here from here on out if you're Fisher, or at least the full ace at the team fight. Otherwise, they can just walk down mid lane, walk down top lane, and end the game with these inhibitors open. And it's a bit rough. These respawn timers are starting to get long, and looks like they're just going to drop this bot lane as well. So we're going to get double super minion spawns coming through.
Hook lands. It's going to go into Rhino. Shogo can use his ultimate to escape all the danger. And it ends up being a 1-for-1 on the back end, and they find Wayena on the backside. Shogo, though, is caught in a 3v1, and he goes down. Stray with the Between Worlds, making some plays, going back and forth. He's the assassin now, as Wayena's gonna run scared. A triple kill for Stray. He wants the quadra. Wayena is low, and Stray, no, he won't get it. It's stolen away by his teammate Asila. But that is an ace, an Ole Miss in a 32-minute banger will outlast Fisher College and take a 1-0 series lead.
Yeah, they do have to wait for this wave, but I mean, huge team fight win there in the bot lane. Are able to catch out Wayena on the backside looking for the flank. They get Shogo's ultimate out really early with that equalizer onto the backline, but it's just not enough. I mean, you dodge away from a lot of your your fed champion damage, a lot of gold expended just to try to kill off Shogo, but all in the meantime, Stray is just completely AoE blowing up your entire team. just incredible damage coming out from this Aurora out of the top lane to just carry the fight and be able to walk onto the Nexus.
Yeah, we talked about how Stray was in prime position to pop off that game with his high CS numbers, a lot of gold from the plates. And you know what happened? He got his second item and he started killing people in team fights. There's just nothing that Fisher College could do to handle this guy. Too many threats in that composition and not enough CC to go around. We're going to have to see what Fisher College is going to be able to cook up in the next draft, as we're going to take a short break. And when we return, we'll kick it to you with the Game 2 draft between Fisher College and Ole Miss. Don't go anywhere.
What do you make of this up here? Just showed up in the yard a couple days
Is a
ago.
dog been digging in there?
I don't think so, dude. That goes way down in there. Seriously, did you just lose your meat stick?
Yeah.
Oh, no. There's something in there, dude. Just leave it.
Are you kidding me?
We'll just head to us. Just leave it.
The hell with that.
Yeah, there's something in there.
Want one?
Thank you.
It was worth it.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC Collegiate League of Legends playoff action. Ole Miss, Fisher College going at it. Ole Miss took the first game. Typhoon, again, as I said in the last game, it was a little ugly. You know, we have higher standards for these teams, but hey, it's game one. Sometimes you just go in and you want to punch your opponent in the mouth. That's exactly what both of these teams did. Ole Miss managed to outlast Fisher College. And I must say, Ole Miss, they look just fine with Icelandic Hero in the jungle.
Yeah, I mean, just really good map movement. Of course, you typically want to see something like that out of a Pantheon. So they're playing the map really well. Just tons of kills everywhere. Got really, really sloppy, really scrappy. And it just seemed like Ole Miss always had the upper hand at the end of the play and were able to just get more on the map for each fight. Then it kind of snowballed more and more as each fight happened.
And now, one thing to note is that this is not fearless. CLOL is not fearless because, you know, that would be, some teams would be quite good at that. Some teams would probably struggle with that. So we're not going to see any crazy champion picks if we get to game 5. They could just run back these comps. And I have to say, I think if you're Ole Miss, it might be worthwhile to start looking to aim some more bans in this mid lane, take out some of these assassin-based champions because I mean, it's just a matter of time before this guy is actually able to fully take over the game.
Yeah, he came very close on this Akali. I mean, was really up early, had a lot of potential, but I think something that was really good to look out for Ole Miss was to pick up that Xayah in the bot lane. Makes it a lot easier to kind of play defensively against this champion, and it was just a great response champ in general. So I'm kind of hoping for Ole Miss to look towards something like that again, and try to keep their backline safe. By themselves more so than through picking up something like a Lulu or a Renata Glass. So it should be that way, that way they can just keep Rhino, moving forward, hitting the front line, going, engaging onto the back line, and not having to worry about the safety of his back line and able to make plays happen. Because I'd much prefer to see Rhino, being the aggressive playmaker, starting the fights, did very well at it here in game one. Didn't really have to worry about Shogo, able to just play Xayah the way Xayah's played. And it looks pretty good there in a lot of team fights.
Yeah, Rhino is good at pretty much everything. He can do it all, but his work on engaged champions is quite exceptional. He is usually never picking a poor engage. As we head into the draft, I imagine Fisher could go after this Xayah because giving Shogo a champion that allows him to just be super safe and have a get out of jail free card is very hard for any team to overcome. He is truly an exceptional AD carry. Again, as we mentioned, probably one of the best that we have to offer here in CLOL, as Zyra will be first off the board once again. I mean, this jungler is just really, really strong right now. You don't want to give it over to Icelandic Hero or Keel for that matter. You know, Keel played that a lot. He saw a lot of good success on it. Imagine Icelandic Hero has probably been doing the same.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of power out of these quick clearing junglers in general. I know Zyra, of course, just absolutely running the meta. It's also very difficult to play a lot of these engaged champions into. It has a lot of potential to kind of disrupt that engage and then zone out a team fight. But we're kind of seeing the same bans here from last game translated over. Nothing changing yet. Neferi does drop to an earlier ban, but kind of expected. This champ is just absolutely broken at the moment. But I would like to see if, Straight does decide to pick up another ranged carry here in the top lane. Did very well in game number one. He opened up a huge CS lead and then absolutely carried team fights. Definitely something I want to see them pivot towards again here to pick up game number two.
Our first adjustment here, Corki is going to be taken away by Fisher, clearly not wanting to give that over to Shogo. Shogo says he doesn't really enjoy playing the champion. However, Coach Colomer keeps forcing him on it because it is really broken, and Shogo just always seems to win on that champion. It looks like we're going to see a Varus come through as the first pick.
Yeah, interesting pickup here. Brabro playing the Corki last game was extremely, you know, a non-factor pretty much for most of the game, was never really able to get ahead, and now it looks like they're going to try to change it up a bit and go for a bit more of a lane heavy style. Varus really good in this lane, plays extremely well in the early lane, especially. Has a lot of carry potential, a lot of snowball potential. But it's going to be the Jin and Jace picked up on the other side from Ole Miss. Jace, of course, coming back, was played in the mid lane there in game number 1. Looked pretty good, pretty tough to kill, all things considered. Quite a bit of damage output, so should be an interesting one.
Yeah, it's we're just running back a couple of champions here as Vi gets locked in, but I like what Ole Miss is trying to do. Looks like they're gonna try to put together a poke composition with a lot of ability to get single target catches out. You have this Jin root. It's always a good core when you're sipping on Jin and Jace right now.
Oh yeah, and I definitely would look for them to be picking up this Maokai yet again. Just synergizes so well with comps like this. A lot of AoE CC, and it is something to note. Fisher recognizing the game and picking up the Aurora takeaway from Stray after kind of getting blasted by it all game. Heads up play there in the draft. Definitely a bit of a mid-game pivot here for Fisher College, and definitely liking what I'm seeing is they never really got to play the game after a certain point. They pretty much were getting t- killed in every fight.
And Fisher, on their side, not only is the Aurora a big takeaway from Stray, but now you get one of the Vi's most powerful combos. The Vi Aurora, it's a little bit less CC based than your Vi Ari or Vi Talia, but provides so much more damage. These single targets are going to get absolutely bursted out. If they're able to get on top of the Chase before he gets tanky, if he goes in the mid lane, that'll be one thing to watch out for. We're seeing Brom and Renata taken away. So it looks like, with that Renata ban, that perhaps Ole Miss is looking to actually have all-in engagements here, and Fisher very keenly aware of that, taking out the Leona, taking out the Rel on top of it as well. But it does seem like they're slanted toward just pick and poke here, and there's another pick champion right here. Nautilus coming through. These single targets are just going to go down, and Ole Miss will whittle you down from there.
Yeah, Ole Miss building a much uh, needed CC here from the Nautilus. They're kind of building this bit of a reset comp for Viego. You have a ton of bursts and single target from Jin, Jace, and now Nautilus, and then Viego just takes the body of whoever you decide you want to blow up and just runs at the enemy team with passive resets and starts the fight off. So a bit of a change there, a little bit. I mean, you have less map pressure as the Viego as opposed to the Pantheon, but you definitely have a lot higher carry potential. And then it's going to be Rakan Jax for Fisher and the Gragas to round it out for Ole Miss. Bit of a lane counter there for the Jax, but just inherently good in general against a lot of these champions. Rakan wanting to dive at you. The Vault Breaker from Vi also interruptible with the body slam.
And I have to say, I thought Ole Miss was really going to pick a carry for their last pick because while Jin can do stuff late and Jace, if he gets really far ahead, can obviously be strong, you don't really have a champion that's like, yes, I'm going to solo carry this game on Ole Miss except for Viego. But guess what? There's a Vi on the other side, right? Going to be able to be followed up with a Rakan too. They have plenty of lockdown for Icelandic hero this game. I really like what Fisher College has put together. And for Ole Miss, it might not be a carry, but the Gragas pick, also pretty sharp, can really disrupt these team fights. So, Typhoon, I got to ask, what do both of these teams need to do in order to come away with a victory?
Yeah, I mean, Ole Miss just really needs to get ahead early. They have a lot of damage, but it's going to be tough to get through, the amount of CC that's available to Fisher. So Fisher, of course, they need to look towards getting to that late game and allowing their Jax and Aurora to really control the side lanes, have a big advantages over the Gragas and the Jace. And that's kind of how Fisher needs to play these games, push the waves in, rotate for the numbers advantage, engage onto this Viego, because honestly, if you're not really ahead on the Jin or the Jace, it's going to be really tough to play these team fights out for Ole Miss if they're even fighting.
Heading on to Summoner's Rift for Game 2 of this best-of-5 series with Ole Miss leading 1-0. They've gone 5 men strong into the bottom lane. I wonder if Brabro is aware that this is happening. Body slam comes in. He at least gets spotted out. They won't be able to... No, they will be able to clear out the ward. Stayed alive for a little bit longer than I thought. Wards are weird sometimes.
Yeah, I feel like they just disappear sometimes instantly, and other times they're just always there. I feel like it's super inconsistent.
So
But I mean, nonetheless, +1 CS per stray in the top lane.
Yeah, it's
I
game.
mean,
It may as well be GG. Honestly, I think
Yeah.
Fisher should just FF at this point.
Yeah, just go next, honestly. Gragas 1-0 CS over Jax. Just go next. It's fine.
Yeah, it's
But,
unplayable at this point.
Yeah, I mean, Ole Miss going to control this bottom jungle, already trying to really push Icelandic Hero into the driver's seat. On this Viego, it looks like there's going to be a deep ward here on the Raptor camp for Fisher, and a bit of a late start here for Burness on the top side. Raptors coming up now, hasn't even started hitting, but there's 3-man on to this red buff here on the bottom side of the map. So Icelandic Hero going to be a bit accelerated here on the clear. Will try to leverage this early game, has the advantage here in the CS, especially if he does decide to clear out the whole jungle. But it's going to be a split map for the most part, and I don't know how much that's going to necessarily matter. I mean, the bot lane's kind of volatile, your top lane's a bit volatile, and a very favored towards...
Ooh, Wayena finding a clutch kill onto Asila. As you said on the last game on the Akali, that's the power of electrocute.
I mean, how broken is this champ?
But we're level 2 now. Hold on, hang on. It's a lot of damage going down to Brabro, especially a 4th shot.
Yeah, big burst there. But yeah, I mean, this is huge. This is exactly what I was saying, is Fisher really needs these solo lanes to get ahead, and Wayna just doing it for himself there. Level 2, just picking up the kill onto the Jace. Flash burned as well. So it's going to be really hard to lane against this Aurora from here on out. Flash down, it's tough. So a lot of control on the sides already starting to kind of form. Fisher really needs to kind of lean into this and try to play for these solo lanes. You have a lot of power in the mid lane now, and of course you talked about Vanessa Wayna playing this via Aurora comp. Mid jungle, it's super strong.
Down, Magi's ignited, but Shogo had to reload. And one thing is that Asila has really struggled in the early goings in these in the first game, and is now 0-1 at this point. It's got to be really tough for him. Asila is a guy that really burst onto the scene last year. He had a couple of good runs in qualifiers, summer qualifiers 1 and 2. With Next Level Esports. That's really how he, got noticed. And it's been a little tough for him. He's still a young player, still learning, but going up against a veteran like Wayena, I like that Icelandic Hero is here to show him a little bit of extra attention. But Bruness will flash on him, and Icelandic Hero cannot save you. He has to flash away too.
And this is exactly what you need to be doing here if you're Fisher College. Wayena 2-0 on the Aurora. Burness with the counter gank, beautiful awareness on the map, picks up the kill, and it's just, I mean, it's kind of doom and gloom in the mid lane now. It's super hard for Asila to do anything on this Jace now. No flash still for just over 2 minutes, and you're laning against a 2-0 Aurora.
There's so much damage going down onto these guys. Brabro and Magi are struggling right now. Brabro down 12 CS to Shogo 33 to 21 right now. It is tough. It is tough, right? Shogo, when he gets handed a lane like this where he can really thrive, he is what makes this team tick, what makes them good, the hook that they hang their hat on, essentially. And they're going to need him this game real bad because Wayena, he's that guy for Fisher.
Yeah, they got to be really happy with how this bot lane's going, especially with how doomed the mid lane has already kind of been. And this is exactly what we were talking about you need this Jhin and this Jace to be strong for these team fights and be able to kind of burst out a target to give Icelandic Hero a reset. And right now, I mean, controlling this bot lane so heavily is definitely going to help to do that in these team fights, but it's still going to be tough. Wayena has so much lethal threat here onto Shogo. Of course, doesn't have access to that Featherstorm like he did in game 1, so it is just the barrier and flash available. So one less defensive tool might be the difference maker that Fisher needs to really, break the camel's back here in game number 2.
Dragon going to be started up by Fisher. Ole Miss doesn't really have a look to these grubs. I'm sure they'd really like them with this Jace. You don't really want to give these grubs away to the side of Fisher. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Wayena just continuing to trade well onto Asila. Icelandic Hero is here to back his buddy up, but we saw what happened last time.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a rough situation. Burness here going to try to cross over and deny these grubs
In the bot
away.
lane, there's the knock up too. Shogo taken down to about half HP. As Brabro looking for good damage, the barrier had to get burnt. Good trade here from the bot lane of Fisher. Meanwhile, on the top side, Bajani knocked away. It looks like it will be 2 grubs for Fisher here as Icelandic Hero managed to snag one.
Yeah, so I mean, 1 grub going to be claimed away, but Fisher gets the better of the 2.
Root's not quite there, but they're going to try to turn onto Shogo here. Brabro and Magi doing their thing. The Ignite is down. The Root is out onto Brabro. Just looking for as much damage as he can get, trying to force these guys off, but Shogo and Rhino are relentless.
And they're opening up quite a big CS lead here already, you know, up 22 CS, about 3 waves there in the bot lane. It's really rough. They're kind of controlling this lane for the majority of it, and this is exactly tying into your game plan. You know, you gotta have this Jhin ahead to be able to hurt these frontliners, because all things considered, if you can get a lot of damage out from this Jhin in a team fight, there is not much frontline available for Fisher to really kind of soak it up. You know, the tankiest member is probably this Jax, and outside of that, it's all squishies all day. So it's pretty free hitting if you can get ahead and be able to actually, like, you know, access this front line and this back line.
Yeah, you're right. He is going to need a little bit of help from his team, though, because if Icelandic Hero isn't a threat this game, then what's to stop Bruness from just dropping the cease and desist on Shogo's head every single fight? You know, we need to see something out of this Viego. Typically, Viegos, they're going to have a kill lead or they're going to have a large camp lead, but right now, it's actually slightly behind if you take a look at the gold. I mean, it's only 75, but, like, we don't see a lead at all, and that is going to be the biggest issue with Ole Miss right now. They could target out Rhino, and they do. Can't land the hook on the wall, which means he is completely caught, and it's going to be a 3rd kill for Wayena. Meanwhile, in the top lane, I think Stray is running out of gas just a little bit. He's not going to be able to close out a kill on Bajani.
Yeah, this is beautiful map movement, and yet again, Wayena getting paid here, catching out the enemy support in the blue side, or in the red side blue jungle. I mean, you're just keep feeding into this Aurora, and we were talking about Vi putting his head, flash for flash in top lane. We were talking about this Vi, you know, really just clicking on Shogo as long as Icelandic doesn't have kill threat, and it...
Okay, between worlds. All right, Stray was able to dodge out.
Yeah, I mean,
Hang on, we have
what's
a
to say
lot.
Wayena? What is happening? We got
I
a
do
lot
not
of
know.
plays.
There's so much fighting. I like the attempt on the Stray. They're not able to find anything. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, you see Icelandic Hero lying in wait, just predicting that Bruness might be there, but he's going to head to his top side. Root goes down. Rhino getting Magi very low, and now they're going to open up on him with the curtain call. 1 shot, 2 shot, 3 shot. Where's the 4th? It takes Magi really low. The Icelandic Hero got rooted. He's able to get out on just a sliver. But now we could redive. Not enough minions. Rhino going in. He lands the hook on the wall, but he manages to cut them off. It is well played there. It's a double kill for Asila. Wayena has no ultimate, but he's coming around from the side. He's 3-0. He's got that Hextech alternator, but he misses most on Asila, who is taken low. Wayena unable to get any kills here. He'll just pick up the wave.
Yeah, this is absolutely huge for Asila in particular. Couldn't really stand up to this Aurora, and now the double kill under the turret is probably, you know, this is kind of the saving grace here that you really needed for the side of Ole Miss. You now have a lot more damage access in the mid lane as well, so hopefully this is just another place that Icelandic Hero can be set up for a kill and try to get this snowball rolling. It's, I mean, you were kind of getting bullied out in the mid lane. You die level 2, you lose your flash in the process, and then you get killed immediately afterward on the counter gank, level 4. This double kill kind of saves your lane, really.
Yeah, it is a big saving grace. It allows you to get this poke down that Ole Miss sorely needs. In the top lane, Bruness is going to look to make a play on a Stray. Another nice flash play, and he buffers the ultimate too. Bruness is a really, really good player on the bottom lane. It will show up. Not going to do anything to deal any damage to us.
Yeah, beautiful map movement and great buffer on the CC. Definitely going to be something to keep an eye on here is, you know, we talk about this Aurora, we talk about this Jax, you know, even the Varus, how much damage these champions can do, but Vi has, from ahead, is nothing to scuff at. So at this point, you know, you press the cease and desist right onto Shogo, and even just that is enough to potentially try to solo burst him out of a team fight.
Uh-oh, between worlds, Syla could find himself in trouble. He's going to flash away. Wayena in hot pursuit, won't pursue it anymore. We see the Dragon going down. Ole Miss picked that one up, and over on the top side, Fisher got 2 more grubs. Runes is rooting around for Icelandic Hero here. The question is, can he find him? He goes a little short on the Vault Breaker, but here comes the rest of the squad. Syla dropping down a ward and now has found himself in an unenviable position here. Wayena tanks the first turret shot, but they're going to go all in on him and manage to find the kill on Syla.
Yeah, clean dive there on the bot lane.
Not so clean.
Not as clean as I thought initially. Icelandic Hero finally picking up his first kill of the game, finally getting involved on the scoreboard. You know, this is kind of what you needed. That trade back is pretty much imperative to prevent this mid jungle from going completely nuclear here in controlling this game. Wayena and Burness just absolutely fed. But, you know, it's going to be tough to play out still for the side of Ole Miss. So much burst and CC available still after, you know, dropping that death. It's only the support, but Icelandic Hero still happy about getting paid.
Yeah, it is still gold in the pockets of the big carry of Ole Miss. Again, wasn't really able to get a jungle camp lead. Isn't really able to get a lead off of getting kills, but it doesn't really matter if you're, you know, slightly behind as long as you have items to be able to do things, right? And now he's got his Kraken Slayer. He's going to have a bit of an easier time closing out on some of these kills. And once again, Fisher's mid-jungle duo just looking to bully Syla, try to keep him down for as long as possible.
Something to keep an eye on here is we are seeing the Luden's Companion here from the Aurora here in the mid lane. Of course, last game we saw the Blackfire Torch, but a bit of a different scenario. You're in the top lane, and your job is a little bit different here on Aurora this game as it was last game. You know, last game you're looking for the big team fight AoE.
Yeah, Shogo is very dead. Wayena finds his 4th. Ole Miss flocks to the mid lane, but can't do anything. Big root 2 onto Syla, and the plays just keep happening.
Yeah, just creating plays out of thin air, killing Shogo under that tier 2 turret, essentially, you know, burns the flash and all and still goes down. Wayena absolutely huge. And then just a beautiful root coming through across the jungle wall there to pick up the extra one onto Syla. Just not having a good game here. Feels really bad when you play a champion like Jace, who really thrives on being able to interact, fight your opponent. And it's just a tough one. Johnny getting aggressive here, but here comes Icelandic.
Yeah, Icelandic Hero showing up with the teleport coming through for Wayena as well. Lands a double stun there, and Bajani finds a kill. Now Wayena is here, but so is Syla. Wayena's got to flash out. Really nice job there by Ole Miss, getting a 2nd kill for Icelandic Hero too.
Yeah, and that's going to be a big one. Shutdown goes over, and now, you know, Icelandic Hero quite quiet here in the early game, but starting to pick up a little bit of steam as we transition to the mid game. Definitely
really
going to have gold.
Yeah, it's not great. Now you're going to have a major tool down because you greeted for the crab. Congratulations. But yeah, you're right. You know, Icelandic Hero now getting the ball rolling just a little bit. He's got camps that he's up on now. Now, this is their time, right? And Fisher now needs to be aware that Icelandic Hero will be able to do some damage in these fights. You're going to need to set some focus.
Yeah, losing that flash does mean he can't. Does not mean he can flash W onto somebody.
Walkups are there. We're going to try to go in on a Bravo, but a big charm here for Magi. But a Grave Barrel is going to put him right into melee range. Well played by Stray.
Yeah, I mean, Stray just doing what we saw in game 1. Really just kind of, something goes wrong. He just shows up and forces it to go right. You know, a bit of a weird looking engage there in the mid lane, kind of like a half engage from both sides. But Stray really showing.
Stray might be in trouble. Hold on. He is dead. Bruness is going to get that kill. Now he's going to go in on to Shogo and finds that one too and flashes out. It's 2 more for Fisher.
I was just praising him, but, you know, I guess I caster cursed him. Does get caught out there in the mid lane, and Bruness on this buy is huge. Just
Icelandic hero sees Magi's low, is able to find him, and now he's looking for Waina too. He's going to take over the body, but now he's got to use it to get out to the safety of Rhino. And meanwhile, while that was happening, sure, Asila got a top tier 1, but Bajani got bot tier 1 and tier 2, as now he could be a big problem.
Yeah, I mean, just a lot of stuff happening on the map here, and it's going back and forth yet again, like we saw in game number 1. Very scrappy fights, and it's kind of expected when you have this much damage and playmaking potential with this low of amount of a front line. You know, of course, the Gragas, the Nautilus, a bit tankier, but so far we're only seeing AP items here out of Stray on this Gragas, and that's just going to mean that there's more threat onto this Varus and Aurora when it comes to team fighting time, and he throws that explosive cask in there.
Yeah, but it also means there's not really a tank on your team, right? Sure, you do have the shield from the Seraph's Embrace. That does make you technically tanky, I guess, but you know, now you're talking about how Asila might be the most tanky member of your team on this Jace. That's not exactly what you're looking for, right? Especially when you're faced with as much damage as Fisher is putting down. We see Waina and Bruness up on this top wave, gonna take out top tier 1 as well. It's just gonna be more gold going over to some of the strongest members of Fisher. They lead by 3,500 right now. Ole Miss is in danger watching this game slip away.
Yeah, and ultimately just beautiful play from the mid jungle right now is just...
It's down. Oh, Charm's down too, as they're going to look to find Rhino. Shogo taking low. Rhino trying to get to the turret, but he can't, and now they're going to turn it on to Stray. He's putting the bounce house. He's CC'd for days. It's 2 more quick hits for Fisher.
Yeah, Stray didn't get a chance to interact there. Just, again, beautiful between worlds from Waina, really controlling this game through the mid lane. Saw it early in the game, last game on this Akali. Wasn't really able to convert it into much come mid-game, but is definitely putting a... Ooh, almost kicked out of the rift there. Definitely, you know, putting his mark on this game here on the Aurora. A lot of bursts coming out of this mid-jungle, and they're absolutely in the driver's seat, no question about it. 10 out of 13 kill participation here for Burness, really driving this team forward, and that's kind of what he needs to do for the rest of this game too, if you really want to, you know, push through this Viego, who's now 3-0.
The dynamic duo of Bruness and Waina. Coach Drake of Fisher has talked about how good these guys are and how much they do for the team, and really how important they are for the program, as they are looking to take a game off Ole Miss here in this best of 5. Big knock up to the side. Icelandic Hero can't really get in the fight. There's a lot of low health targets. Icelandic Hero needs to take over. He finds one. He's going to look for more. Stray is bearing down on him too. Icelandic Hero gets another kill. Isn't enough time for his teammates to get there. It's a 3v3, making it a 3v2 because Bajani finds a double kill and he's cut off Shogo. But Asila finds one on the backside. 2v2, but they're split apart. And Shogo falls alone with no one to save him to Bajani. Asila in a 2v1 runs right into Bajani. He's going to knock him away, but Bajani lands the stun on him. Cease and desist. The shield is there, and Fisher get an almost ace.
Yeah, beautiful team fight there. Kind of looked a little bit scary there for a minute. Icelandic Hero picking up some resets. Ultimately, though, plays it out really well. Bajani does a great job getting to the backline, picks up the triple kill, and he's completely unmatchable on the sides now. 3,000 gold up individually over this Gragas. It's going to be super hard to touch this guy on side lanes, and that just creates another whole problem that you didn't even have to worry about prior to that team fight, is now Jax will just obliterate through your towers, and you can't do anything about it except send multiple members to try to stop it. And that allows for something like this where they get to start up the objective for free.
Much like the last game, you know, Ole Miss had too many threats and Fisher did not have enough answers. Now Fisher is the one with the threats, and Ole Miss lacks the answers. You only have the Nautilus ultimate as a key answer for a single target. the Otacon will fall, we do see Ole Miss going to at least fix their lanes, right, to prevent Fisher from doing any real damage right now. As you see Stray Split pushing along, but will be met by Wyena's.
Something that has to be looked at here is Fisher has to be careful giving over towers. They have a lot of standing gold available to Ole Miss on the map.
Bajani is just so damn fed right now, and they're just going to find Asila.
They caught out there by the Counter-Strike. Asila playing it really well. And it just continues to feed this machine that is the split push into team fight. Jax now 7-1. Bajani really putting on a display is going to be a super difficult issue to deal with, because you look across, who's supposed to deal with them? I mean, Straight, he's way too far behind at this point, 2 levels down, and as we viewed earlier, probably pushing the 4,000 gold deficit mark here in the 1v1. And then you look at the rest of the champions, it's all AD champions here. You know, you have, of course, you've got Viego and Jin both thriving off auto attacks. Counter-Strike does really well against that. And then the Jace just too far behind to really have an impact on this game, has been having a rough lane. This Jax is now untouchable too. I mean, Aurora, Jax, Vi, even the Varus quietly hitting the second item here. It's pretty hopeless, all things considered, for Ole Miss, as much as I hate to say it for them.
Couldn't agree more, and they're not able to get to this third dragon for themselves either. And Rhino is going to go in. He burns a lot of ultimates, so maybe there's an opportunity for Ole Miss to take a fight. They are going to land the root onto the Jax, so if they're going to make a play, it has to be now. The Counter-Strike is there, but it's not going to stun anybody. The knockups too, but Rhino is still healthy. Brunes is on the side, but he's kind of stuck. He needs to regroup with his team. They're going to properly single out Isolated Hero and take him down, and Shogo on the backside falls, and Brabro is the beneficiary of everything. A triple kill, a clean ace almost, and Fisher College may have driven the stake through the heart of Ole Miss in Game 2.
Yeah, 5 for 1 here, and you only pick up the Rakan. I mean, this probably puts the nail in the coffin. The game is probably done from here on out. It's going to be super tough to fight back. Going to be down 10k after these turrets are taken. Mid inhib open, and that just allows this Vi Aurora to just continue to run the map. They get a lot of space now to work with this mid lane open, the top lane open, the bot lane open. Base cracked, and Baron hasn't even spawned yet. It's just free here now for Fisher. Or, you know, not to cast or curse, hopefully. But, yeah, triple kill for Brabro. Creates yet another threat available for Fisher now. Just every role winning for Fisher College. It's a bit of a stomp here in Game 2.
And in that fight, 24-year-old Brunes, the veteran, showed that he is just cool under pressure as he's looking to make more plays. This time Asila gets charmed up too. He's gonna fall, sure. Shogo gets a shutdown, but now he's got to contend with a lot of other members. Magi is gonna go down, but Wyena with the Between Worlds trying to do some more damage. They're gonna pull Bajani over to the side. They're gonna focus out Bajani, but he's gonna go golden, which means Shogo and no one else can close out on a big shutdown, right? Now Bajani just gets to live. Shogo has no turret to go to. He is on the wrong side of the tracks right now. He's looking to turn onto Wyena. He has to find a way to do something. But look what happened to him, man. He's just obliterated. And now Bajani is shoving into the base, looking to take out turrets. Rhino is up, so is Stray. Ultimate's going to go down onto Bajani. The Counter-Strike is there, but the stun as well, trying to push him into the turret because he needs some of that extra damage. But you don't have any of that damage as the first Nexus turret falls, and Bajani's just trying to dance around. He's got the Counter-Strike going through. He's going to land it on 2 targets, but he cannot take the Hex Gate out. Can he find Rhino? The shields are there, and it is not enough. The shutdown does go over to Asila. So a fat paycheck for the Ole Miss mid lane.
Yeah, Sila gonna be the beneficiary. They just have no damage without, you know, the Jace, Viego, and Jin. It was only the Gragas and Nautilus there. And, I mean, I don't know what you're supposed to do here, even after picking up that kill. You know, he lasted for so long there in the base. Bajani, just so difficult to kill, and it's only gonna get tougher here. Zanya's gonna likely be picked up here pretty soon. Potentially not, maybe, you know, with that tunneler in inventory as well, but really paying off in that team fight prior to allow him to survive the extra length, doesn't give over the shutdown early, does get caught out in the mid lane.
They just want to
way
go
the
in.
base.
They just want to fight because they know Bajani is dead. Rhino is low, but here comes the teleport in from Bajani, and this is going to be a big problem. Magi on the back line with so much CC, so much disruption, and that could be the final nail in the coffin. We'll see what Fisher wants to do. Asila desperately trying to run away. Stray backing all the way on the other side. Flash from Bruness. Just need to chase him down. He's going through the gate. Arcane violence! As the gauntlets break the back of Jace. And the Nexus will fall. Stray's doing a little dance. But no love lost for Ole Miss, as Fisher has knotted up the series at 1.
Yeah, beautiful fights there in the just straight through from minute 1 to the final minute there when the Nexus exploded. Fisher really controlled that game. You know, we talked about it in the draft, how they really need to play for this Jackson Aurora sides, and both of them just got extremely fed there. Aurora, you know, huge heroics in the mid lane from Wyana, picking up the solo kill at level 2 and just never took his foot off the gas pedal and drove it straight through the opponent's Nexus there. And it became really tough. You were talking about it, game 1, you know, Fisher didn't really have any answers for all the threats available to Ole Miss, and they kind of just turned the table on them and did the same thing back the other way.
Yeah, we talk about how Wyana and Bruness are really the key parts of the team, but you cannot forget about Bajani. You know, Bajani is a guy who's been around tier 2 for a long time, has been around college for a long time, and is a guy who can absolutely carry a game. And we saw that happen there. He came up huge as well. They managed to bridge it over to get the Jack super fed as well. And then it just became a composition that had too many threats and not enough answers. Now we're going to take a short break. When we return, we're getting to the third game of this best of 5 series. Knotted up at 1 apiece. This game is going to be big. We'll see you soon.
What do you make of this up here? Just showed up in the yard a couple days
Is a
ago.
dog been digging in there?
I don't think so, dude. That goes way down in there. Seriously, did you just lose your meat stick?
Yeah.
Oh, no. There's something in there, dude. Just leave it.
Are you kidding me?
We'll just head to us. Just leave it.
The hell with that.
Yeah, there's something in there.
Want one?
Thank you.
It was worth it.
Welcome back, everybody, to some NECC Collegiate League of Legends action. This is the upper semifinals, or actually, no, it is technically upper finals because the next one's the grand finals. It gets a little weird when you got a double elimination bracket, but all you need to know is that the winner of this match will be in the final match to see who gets the bid out from the NECC, and the loser will go down to fight the winner of Winthrop and Northwood, which is going to be a banger of a match themselves. But for right now, both of these teams are knotted up at one, Typhoon. So, Typhoon, we've seen these teams for 2 games. We've seen each of these teams win 1 game. What do you think so far has been the winning formula for each side? And what does the other side need to do to prevent this formula from occurring? Or what do they need to pick or throw a wrench into the plans of the other side?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty obvious. We saw it there from Fisher. Their formula, is winning mid jungle, strong top, stable top laner, and then just able to neutralize the bot lane. I think that is definitely, a huge power for Fisher over Ole Miss that they need to try to utilize here to pick up some more games and try to close out the series. And on the other side, I mean, Ole Miss, they looked much better there in game 1 when they were playing. They had the Maokai support. They had another the Pantheon in the jungle, a lot of map pressure, and a lot of ability to kind of, you know, reinforce their team when they were getting collapsed on and really scrap early. And I don't think playing something like a reset comp necessarily is the best option for them. I think they would definitely benefit a lot more from a front to back or something with a lot of map pressure via either a Galio or the Pantheon. Maybe even we've been seeing Rise pop up here, and Fearless, of course, but still an option to try to really pressure the map, and try to make things happen. I think they also definitely do better here in the bot lane with carry, like more carry oriented champions. Jinx has been very popular. We saw the Zaya was very strong in game 1. Um, and I think the utility out of the bot lane's a little tough because I think Shogo does a very good job at playing these late game carries.
One thing that I noticed while we were on break is I got to see some nice predictions made by fellow caster Grapes, who is just doing a lot for the CLOL landscape as a whole, and he predicted that Fisher College would be Ole Miss 3-1. So that's a bit of a spicy prediction, but guess what? It could be coming to pass. Shogo was in his mentions telling him to f off. So we'll see if who's right here because you know I wouldn't have called it a 3-1 but in favor of Fisher, but he could be onto something here, and I think he could be right because the change for Icelandic Hero to Keel, I mean, that is a big swap. Again, they've been playing with Keel throughout the entire season so far. We'll see. Icelandic Hero is still a fantastic player in his own right. The team just does look a little different.
Yeah, and that could definitely be something we just don't know. That could be in the comms that we're not, of course, having access to. And it just didn't feel the same there in game number 2 as it did game number 1. Icelandic playing the Viego there. Game 2, a lot more pressure to carry on a champion like Viego versus a Pantheon. So I think the switch up there is you definitely got to get Icelandic here on a facilitator. Really does thrive on making these plays. Looked really good on the Pantheon, having a lot of map pressure, as we were saying before. But ultimately, it just comes down to that.
And we're seeing Aurora finally get taken off the board. Every team that's played Aurora has won 100% win rate in the series. Don't want to deal with that one anymore. And no surprise there, although it does indicate that this wasn't going to be something they wanted to first pick. And I'm not sure what that ban is. I'm sure we'll get confirmation from production, as you cannot ban Wukong twice.
Yeah, a bit of an interesting bug there. But yeah, the Aurora taken away, we saw it really control both game one and two, first in the hands of Wina and then, or first in the hands of Straight, excuse me, and then in the hands of Wina. And we just got word it's going to be a Varus ban there on 3, taking away that strong
Oh,
laner. And that means Gwen is up. So if Gwen does
which
get
is
through, and
B1
it's
in
going to
Gwen.
be B1.
Yeah, and you know what? You mentioned this earlier in the cast that this is a champion that doesn't seem to have a bad matchup. It has really good matchups and it's got neutral matchups, right? Sure, if you pick a range champion into it, you're going to have to play a little bit more safe, but you're never going to be in like the true 2v1s like we were seeing earlier in the year with lane swaps. You're going to be able to go through a lane and all you're going to have to do is farm up and have a good time. And now we're seeing the Nefiri come through. That was left available. So we have broken champion versus broken champion. Bruness has been one of the guys for Fisher all year long. We're going to see what he's going to do on a major champion like this.
Yeah, Burness really lit it up in game number 2 there on the Vi, just absolutely controlling the whole game. So now we'll get to see him play something that, we've been seeing absolutely terrorize solo queue, just obliterating everybody. Nefiri, it's been banned up until this point. So it's the Gwen for Nefiri trade, in the draft here. And we I would love to see Burness try to really pop off on this champion, really, leaning into that strong mid jungle matchup.
And I love that they're drafting utility around Bruness, right? You have the option to carry as the Jax, but also brings good utility in the team fights, especially with these double melees that you're going to see over on Ole Miss, but also the Ashe to be able to set up a lot of pick plays with the ultimate, but also get a lot of slows out. This Ezreal, though, going to be slippery, but might have a hard time with the Nefiri because guess what? Those dogs are going to eat every single Mystic shot.
Yeah, and also, you try to arcane shift away from this Nefiri, but the ultimate
She
will
hounds
just
you.
follow you through it. So once that's casted, it's going through, and it's going to be tough to really escape here. Also, Jax a lot of chase potential here, and we saw it perform really well for Bajani there in game number 2. So running it back here with another stable top laner into the Gwen matchup. This is kind of an older matchup we saw here with when Gwen was making her first rounds was the Jax, you know, able to counter strike those auto attacks. So it'll be an interesting one. Of course, Jax has been quite a he's been changed quite a bit, I think, since that matchup. So it might be play out a little differently than we've seen in the past.
To see this Nautilus pick come through. So having a little bit more pick potential, single target, and just disrupting Ole Miss as a whole. Now Ole Miss, they're going to probably look for a secondary or a primary engage, I should say. I'd really like to see, something that's good against melee champions, something like the Braum that can be used to really disrupt this Nefiri.
Yeah, Ezreal Braum, a beautiful duo lane all around. Real makes it much more difficult to play this Ash Nautilus. And it's like you said, very good at dealing with the Nefiri. You get one auto off or the Q on the Braum, and it becomes really scary for Burness on this Nefiri because he could get stunned out in the backline with no follow up. And as I say that, they draft the follow up there. That's going to be a LeBlanc in the mid lane here for Wina, really showing out with these assassins. Picks up another one in the mid lane.
Yep, and we have two very different teams here at Typhoon. We got one team with endless pick potential, and the other side with the Oriana that ties the room together. A good team fighting composition. They're also good at disengaging. You can use the Oriana ult, you can use the Braum ult to disengage. So, what does Fisher need to do to make this pick comp work against this team fighting comp of Ole Miss?
Yeah, I mean Fisher drafts a lot of pick, right? So it's difficult to pick off an Ezreal Braum duo. Ezreal very slippery, and then Braum on top of it makes it very hard to fight through him. So in order to get to this backline, I think you need to have a lot of great flank angles, and they definitely drafted the champions to do it. Jack's great on these flanks, the TP flanks. Neferi extremely good at engaging from a flank angle, and then LeBlanc about as good as it gets when you're looking for backline access. So it's definitely going to be trying to get to this backline from obscure angles that you don't normally have to worry about when you're playing against a standard front to back.
And we'll see if Fisher can get ahead early, because that's what they're going to need to do, right? We're going to need to see Magi move around to try and enable Wayena to get kills and enable Bruness. Now, you might not need to enable Wayena to get kills because he's been doing it well on his own against Asila. This is a matchup that can be very tricky at times, too. You get a little close as Oriana, you get hit with a QW, and you are in a lot of trouble. I wonder if we're just going to see Asila stay back, max Q, and just kind of move the ball around to clear out minions, or if he's going to just go all in on the W and just QW chunk. But he's going to need to be afraid. Icelandic Hero is going to need to be around, try to relieve a lot of pressure there. But the problem is, if you're going to do that, that's going to enable Bruness to just kind of do whatever he wants.
Yeah, and I mean, when Burness can do whatever he wants, he's shown in game 2, especially, he can really control this game, and he's on a champion that's notorious for just snowballing over games. Neferi, even before this little ability swap, was super strong at just picking up kills and then running through the enemy team, and it's going to be very tough to hold him down. He's going to have a lot of access to this backline, so we'll have to keep an eye on if he can actually take down Shogo on this backline. But it looks like we're going to hop right into Summoner's Rift here.
Game 3 of this best of 5 series. The winner will go on match point. You'd love to be on match point rather than having to win 2 in a row. And judging by the way these teams have played and how good these teams are, remember, number 3 ranked Ole Miss versus number 6 ranked Fisher. It's going to be tough to win 2 straight. A couple of things to note about rankings as well. Now, there's only been a couple of rankings coming out from the CLOL hub. They only have done top and jungle thus far this year, at least lately, their most recent additions. Keel, obviously not playing today, was rated the 4th best jungler in CLOL. Bruness rated number 8. Many people, including myself, thought that was a snub. I'm not typically too vocal of rankings when I'm not a part of them. I was pretty vocal about this in the Sunday Salty Runback Discord, as was Coach Drake from Fisher, about how if you have this guy ranked 8th, you have not been watching. He has been absolutely incredible, as we've continuously lauded him for in this series. But when you're doing that well, why wouldn't you continue to laud him? Really looking to put the game on his shoulders, because he's gone Ignite Smite.
Yeah, no flash for Burness on this Neferi. Really looking for a lot of that damage to try to get to this Ezreal and this Orianna on the backline. But where there's no flash on Burness, you also have to look across the way, and Stray is also not running a flash. This is a little more standard. We see this out of Gwen a little bit more typically than we do the Neferi, but still something to keep an eye on. Potential to get caught out is high there. So
Magi is getting tagged up quite a bit here. He'll be all right.
Yeah, that's the power of the Ezreal Braum. And if Ole Miss is going to look to try to really force this game and pick up this game, they're going to have to play through that specifically. Such a strong duo, and Ezreal just amazing at surviving and has so much damage output potential in these team fights. And when you look across the way, I mean, apart from the Nautilus, it's going to be quite hard to really hold down this Ezreal after that depth charge is out.
Yeah, you're really looking for other members of Ole Miss to pick off. Take a look in this mid lane. The CS numbers are, kind of evenish. It's 5 up right now for Wayena, but he has already done a lot to Asila to force him off. Or at least Asila burning his potion. No more potions in the back pocket, so having to contend with this electrocute LeBlanc is so difficult. Stray continuing to do Gwen things so far, getting a lane advantage.
Yeah, and as you're discussing this mid lane, I mean, we look at it again, Fisher drafting yet again really strong solo lanes. Will likely should prioritize these Void Grubs here. This Jack's an absolute menace on side lanes, but it's also a good denial from the Gwen. And as well as the LeBlanc just having so much pressure over the
Icelandic Hero's in
Orianna on
trouble.
sides.
There's the flash, there's the chains, he's rooted. Can they follow up? Wayena with the last auto attack, but it's actually the ignite from Bruness that's going to get first blood. Now Asila looking for Wayena, but here comes Stray. Wayena is kind of caught between a rock and a hard place here. He's going to need to do some brushy LeBlanc tactics to try and survive. He's going to distort away, just looking to burn as much time as possible, it looks like. Trying to get the execute out, perhaps. He's Stray. Oh, he got the ignite on him. He tried to back. He got greedy. Didn't know Stray was still in pursuit.
Yeah, gonna be a good pickup for Stray. Losing a lot of tempo trying to chase that kill down is gonna make the matchup versus Jax a lot easier. You know, a lot of gold available from that kill, but ultimately it's a bit of an awkward one for Icelandic, kind of getting caught out there at the Scuttle Crab after losing the fight for the Scuttle. So ultimately you feel really bad about that, but at the end of the day you are still still works. You can still cease and desist these mobile targets or this immobile backliner in the Ashe, so not gonna feel too upset about that one, all things considered.
Yeah, it's just, you know, it's just the strong champions getting strong, right? It's them getting their kills, and, you know, we'll see kind of how the game progresses from here. I think it'll be a little bit easier for Bruness to leverage that early kill into more kills rather than Stray being able to do so, just because he'll be pretty much locked in this one-on-one matchup. Now, of course, maybe on first grubs we'll opt to see a fight breakout, but I think if I'm Fisher College, I'm actually kind of okay with giving up grubs, even though it would be really, really good for their team.
Yeah, I mean, it is a bit risky to fight into this Gwen. You know, Will hit 6 for that grub fight, so it becomes a very tough fight to make, but the Fury also getting paid on that kill means that he will be able to try to start this snowball, and I could see this as a potential for Fisher to try to leverage the strength of this champion and try to really get this snowball rolling out of the jungle as well. So when it comes down to it, it's going to be a tale of two OPs trying to carry the game against each other here between this Gwen and the Fury.
6 minutes in, no objectives have been started up yet, but we do see Bruness up on the top side, ready to go. Both top laners are level 6. The stun is there. Stray's going to use the needlework to try and do as much damage as he can, but they are in hot pursuit. Bruness is still only level 5, but it's going to be Bijani getting the kill, and now Bruness is level 6 and maybe looking to turn on an Icelandic hero who's going to have to queue away. This does mean the grubs will go over to Fisher.
Yeah, and that's a huge pickup there right before the grubs. It's going to enable this Jax to really be strong on side lanes. Does get the kill credit as well, so will even it out in that 1v1 matchup there in the top lane. This is exactly
wait, they're going to go for a kill. Fisher. The Ignite's on. Brabro's going to try to block for his support, but he's going to land the hook to go back in. Huh?
Still fishing. It's a bit risky though. Tower charging, just absolutely insane. Big kill there in the bot lane to really try to like push this Ashe behind, because like we were saying before, Ezreal definitely has the opportunity to take this game over, but when it comes to it, is this really worth? When you look at the cross map, it's gonna be 3 grubs over to the Jax LeBlanc comp, and it's gonna be super hard to play on these sides. Of course, LeBlanc did fall earlier in that, you know, long chase down from Stray, but ultimately it's still going to have a lot of kill threat onto this Orianna on the side lanes.
You know what? I'm going to tell you, that was absolutely worth it, because I've watched a lot of collegiate League of Legends, my friend. Typhoon, one thing that you should always know, it's always worth getting kills on the Shogo. It is always worth. This guy got a kill with Cull and with Tyr and nothing more, and has now gone back and has bought his Sheen. He is going to get a little bit accelerated here. A big worry. Fisher will have to properly utilize these grubs. One thing we didn't mention is that Brabro had a really nice hawk shot as Icelandic hero was doing the dragon to force him off of it. Now that his mid lane is back, he's ready to go. Downtown, the arrow not going to land, so we will finally see the dragon go to Ole Miss, but it took a little bit longer than they'd like.
Yeah, ultimately it's going to be the 1-for-1 trade, but if you are playing from the side of Ole Miss, you definitely want to stack these dragons ace as soon as possible, because you want to be looking for the team fights, and dragons typically do favor those over the side lanes. So
Icelandic hero ready to go. Right on top of Brabro. They tagged him, they stunned him, and he's dead. But Icelandic hero will flash and still die on the way out.
Yeah, 1-for-1, but definitely going to favor the side of Ole Miss here. I mean, you drop the 80 carry, and only in exchange for the jungler who makes the play, and tower charge is absolutely
Shogo's
wild.
got to be careful. He's doing too many Shogo things here. He needs to calm down just a little bit. Shockwave lands onto Wyena. Can he find him? Distortion away. Flashing forward, but the second distortion. Oh, that's a tilter.
Yeah,
Wait,
we'll
he's
see if
got
that snowballs because
he's got no flash.
finesse.
Packmate's call. Here we go. Hound's pursuit. As he finds the solo kill.
Ernest just great awareness, instantly punishes that flash timer, and will have the ability to punish it again later. Of course, Ignite now on cooldown, but it's not going to matter. You're 2-0 on this Nefiri, who's kind of been running this top side of the map for the entire game, and I don't see it stopping anytime soon. One of the few things that people don't really understand about Nefiri in particular is a lot of these assassins really need to snowball early and to try to really have an impact late game. And of course, we are seeing that with this Nefiri, but Nefiri, of all the assassins, is probably one of the best scaling assassins in the game with a 2-0 lead. So he pretty much gets to click on whoever he wants to kill them now when it comes to fight time.
Yeah, we talked about how this Nefiri really needs to get off the ground early and has done so. Icelandic Hero, first play didn't really work out so well. We're going to look for play number 2 here as we're going to engage onto Brabro. He's one hit away from being stunned, and he will get stunned. Knockup is onto Icelandic Hero. Brabro is running away, but Shogo with a big flash, and now Magi is going to be the next target, and they're going to give a double kill over to Shogo. That is huge for Ole Miss.
Yeah, beautiful tempo use there from Icelandic Hero. Knows that Nefiri is on the reset after making that play in mid lane. Decides to get down to that bot lane, and now Shogo going to be a serious issue to deal with. And all this backline access, it may not be for naught, because now they
Wyena. Oh my goodness, what a solo kill out of Wyena. Continues to put Asila in the dirt.
And this is typically what we've been seeing out of this mid lane matchup too. Wyena just getting the better of Asila here. Another solo kill into Wyena's pocket, and with the turret collecting the wave at that. So 30 CS lead for the LeBlanc makes it even harder now. We talked about these side lanes being strong for the side of Fisher College, and it's definitely showing here now with the LeBlanc going to be accelerated as well. So I don't know what you have to do here as Ole Miss. You really need to start stacking up these dragons, I think. That way you can try to force Fisher College into the 5v5.
I like this. They're going to be able to smite one away, but the engages onto Icelandic Hero. Bruness looking to run him down, and he will. It's Wyena picking up kill number 2, and Fisher will look to get 5 grubs.
It's like we're seeing a bit of deja vu here from game number 2. The mid jungle just absolutely fed, and okay.
Sila is just not having his best game. Run down by damn near everyone. He's been run down by Bruness. He's been run down by Wyena. He's been run down by Bajani. And it's tough. He's looking like Arcane Oriana, just dead in the casket on life support.
Yeah, it's just rough. I mean, beautiful play there from Bajani, really picking up the extra stuff. And it continues to play into this side lane narrative where Jax LeBlanc is just going to be stronger on the side lanes. And unfortunately for Asila, it's at the cost of his own life.
Now, Stray, he did get a turret on the bottom side, so solo gold for him. Very beneficial to have. Remember, he did get an early kill. He's going to be one of the champions we're going to need to watch out for. And looks like we're going to see an Ole Miss 2v2 come through here, but Wyena is on his way. Brabro at half, Magi at half, but they're just relentless. He's been ignited as well, but he can't get close, and now Shogo's been stunned. Brabro trying to do his thing, but Magi throws another hook when he's low HP and just dies for 0. We see Asila on the side trying to deal with the 2 members, but Bruness is going untargetable, and he's going to find Asila, but gets shut down by Shogo. Very, very good for Ole Miss as Shogo looking to get that arcane shift up. Flash Q from Rhino, and he gets his first of the game. Now we have Wyena on the backside as Icelandic Hero is going to go toward him, but he won't get chained up. It's going to be Rhino who's chained up, but the slow is on Wyena. Icelandic Hero, you got to be careful. Wyena's got a lot of damage, but he's going to distortion over the wall. The question is, do they want more? They will let him go.
after the long play, I mean, Shogo eating real good, and it's the tale of top lane versus bot side, or the top side versus the bot side here, and Ole Miss, they're just really not afraid to bring the fight to them. Huge shutdown for Shogo to pick up, puts him at 2 items, and now this Ezreal has hit critical mass already here, 14 minutes in, and you thought it was tough to deal with him before. Now he's at 2 items, he's going to be pumping out damage. You really need to be calculated here if you're Burness and Wyna trying to dive onto this backline, and that's ultimately going to be the make or break for the fights, I believe. I mean, I don't really see how much impact Brabro can have outside of, you know, scouting this vision out, trying to hit some of these arrows, but it's going to be tough to hit arrows on anyone that's not, like, really pretty much Orianna. Vi will just buffer through it if she can, or likely will survive the burst, and the rest will have the mobility to get away from it.
I think Ole Miss, but they're up 1,000 gold here at the 15-minute mark, just need to pump the brakes just a little bit and let Shogo get this Muramana, and then he'll be able to fully take over the game. Because there are still some very dangerous members over on the side of Fisher. Icelandic Hero and Asila going to start up and take this dragon. I think if Fisher, they were in such a good spot, they still can be. Their top side is really strong. I think they just need Magi and Bravo to play within themselves. Magi has given away a lot of kills by just trying to go back in with these needlessly aggressive and honestly disrespectful hooks. And then as long as Bravo can just be there, use his ultimate to start fights and slow up members to allow Bruness to do his thing, Fisher can really bring this one back. It's only 1,000 gold. Bruness not quite caught out here, but Stray is going to stick on him. Maybe he is caught out. Wyena's going to come through to try to help his buddy out. The arrow comes through, but it doesn't matter. Stray gets the kill, and all of a sudden Wyena's burning away, and now they're going to look to maybe make a dive play. Ezreal not going to quite land. Wyena will teleport back to the base, and maybe, just maybe, it's already too late for Fisher.
Yeah, beautiful pick out there from Stray. Really trying to, you know, utilize the strength of this Gwen. Does even out the kill score in the head-to-head matchup against this Jax. So we'll be able to try to contest on the sides yet again. But the thing is, that's not even the biggest downside here, and it's that Shogo is just picking up solo turret gold. They get the Rift Herald, and now they'll have a lot of map pressure here with this Herald. Dragon will be up in 3.5, and that'll be soul point Dragon for the side of Ole Miss. And the game's kind of slipping away from Fisher here.
Yep, the Rift Herald secured for the side of Ole Miss. So we're going to see where they want to use it. They do have 2 turrets down already. Can choose to get an inner if they want. Maybe go for the mid-outer, really break what Fisher are trying to do. We need to see Bajani get in this game for Fisher. He's 2-0, but he has been largely silent since then.
Yeah, I mean, it was a beautiful early 2-0 as well, but now that Gwen is kind of caught back up, it's going to be really difficult to contest straight on these sides, because like we've always been harping on, this Gwen is so OP right now and is kind of in the driver's seat, has a 12 CS lead over the Jax, picked up a big kill on the Burness there on the top side, is taking down Wyena on the long chase. Like, this Gwen is gonna be an issue, and the scary part is you're about to go up to Soul Point Dragon, and if they decide to fight him on it, that's gonna be a really strong Gwen to be fighting against, and Brabro is very immobile, so it's gonna be tough. Teleport's coming in though.
From behind. It's the Jax as the Rift Herald was driven in. They know where Bajani is. The question is, what are they going to do? He's going to go pick up the Sunny for not really do much of anything. We do see a little bit of scrapping in the mid lane. Senegaro charges forward. Asila is here. Hook not going to land. Wyena coming in from the side, trying to get from behind, but they turn on him immediately and shut him down. What a play by Ole Miss.
Asila finally getting to strike back. Wyena goes a bit aggressive there, and Icelandic Hero very smart to just drop the cease and assist immediately onto Wyena to keep him in that backline, and they burst him right out. Big kill there going over, and now Orianna starting to claw her way back into this game. I mean, still down 40 CS and quite a few kills. Has died quite a bit in this game, but ultimately, if you get to 2 items, it's not going to necessarily matter how many times you've died if you're back up to parity, you know? Like,
Yeah.
the AoE available from the team fight is just so much from the side of Ole Miss.
Yeah, he doesn't need to be the guy this game either. He doesn't even really need to get to 2 items, right? Because, you know, there's a lot that Ole Miss want with their gold. They want gold on their Gwen. They want gold on their Ezreal. And sometimes that means that as a Silo, you're going to need to sack some waves. That's why he's down so much CS. But as long as your shockwaves are good on these top side members, on these key members of Fisher, that's all you need. You just need to enable your team to be able to close out on some kills. Let Stray and Shogo do the rest. As Ole Miss now playing on 2 lanes, we see Rhino in this top side of the jungle, infesting the jungle, trying to cause problems. They're going to get on this turret. Bajani is going to have to back off. They're just going to have to let this one go. And Ole Miss are taking full map control now, up 3,000 gold.
Yeah, beautiful map play there from the side of Ole Miss, and then we'll teleport down with Asila to defend this tier 2 to get the cross map, and that's a lot more map control that allows a champion like Vi to really make a difference. We saw it last game for Burness, using all the space that they created on the map by taking away these towers, now going to get a bit of a taste of his own medicine there on the top side. But right now, it does not matter what the top side is like when this dragon is spawning here. Soul Point dragon available. Ole Miss looking to fight in.
Icelandic hero looking to get in there, dragging down the 6,000. Big knockups there, going to target the Ezreal. Bajani's on the backside, but Shogo's able to shift out. Meanwhile, Brabro's going to flash over the wall. Wayana's on top of Shogo from behind. They need to take out Shogo. Shogo will finally fall, but the big shockwave lands on the 2. They caught Bruness and they caught Magi. It's a triple kill for Icelandic hero as Fisher's got to run for the hills.
Beautiful team fight there from Asila. Ezreal falls, but like you were mentioning, it doesn't matter. As long as you get a big shockwave off, it's going to likely go in your favor, and it does there. Icelandic hero with the triple kill, going to be paid, and now this 2-item Vi, likely on the reset here, does cut the gold deficit individually to only 300, so back up to parity here with Nefiri, even though Nefiri got to start, you know, super ahead with a lot of free kills. Vi going to be a huge threat here on to this team fight, you know, and having that cease and desist available for champions that are as mobile as this Nefiri, as this Jax, as this LeBlanc is extremely valuable when you're trying to lock them down to burst them out in these team fights.
Really great point there, Typhoon. And now we see Ole Miss. They are on Soul Point. 4 minutes. They just need to make sure that Fisher does not find their way back in this game in that time. It's still a 3,000 gold deficit, so it hasn't gotten any worse. Bajani is 3-0. He does have his Sundered Sky. Might be building toward that Seeker's Arm Guard next. He might need it in the fight. We'll see. But, man, Ole Miss have done well to shut down these 2 big assassins coming out of the mid lane in the jungle. Brabro hasn't been able to do anything, doesn't even have an assist right now. That shows how difficult this game has been. Hasn't been able to enable his team with the arrows, and now you see Bruness get on top of Stray, but he doesn't do a whole lot of damage. Bruness is tanking up this turret. He's going to use his on-target ability. Stray gets stunned, and they will be able to get out a well-played dive, and it's a shutdown for Bajani, but on the top side, Otacon has been started up by Ole Miss.
Yeah, I mean, beautiful execution there on the bottom side, but it's going to be traded back for this Otacon, and that's not exactly a trade you want to make when you're trying to catch back up in this game. Soul Point is up. Like, Ole Miss has the Soul Point here for an Infernal Soul at that. One of the stronger souls for sure. And now it's going to be really difficult. A lot of XP coming through. Icelandic hero hits level 14, finally comes to parity with Burness and the solo laners.
It's an aggressive TP.
Sure.
It's an aggressive TP. It is Bajani who shows up, looking to get this turret, and he does. Shogo will have to shift away, but now Bajani is caught in a 2v1. Ashol coming through. It lands on the Ezreal, but it's too late. And now Stray on the side, all of a sudden, Gwen is immune, and Brabro is getting run down. Stray is just running with scissors. He did not pay attention in kindergarten, and down goes the Ashe. And it's a 5v3 as Ole Miss are looking for more. Magi is going to land the hook to try to get away, and he will, but mid-inner will go down, and Ole Miss isn't stopping.
Ole Miss, big pick there, really punishing the super aggressive teleport there from Bujani. Bit questionable. Maybe he thought he could burst out Shogo, but as we saw at that Soul Point fight, it doesn't matter how many people you have here. Shogo will find a way to survive and turn it around on its head. And that's kind of been the moral of the story thus far. 24 minutes into the game is Shogo kind of getting to just hit the opponents freely and not really have any threat of death. He's been playing these team fights really well, and it's causing Fisher to really overextend into the fights, and they have to be careful because they continue to do so, and they need to find a solution here.
Ole Miss is a team that has played around Shogo for as long as they've had him, and they continue to do so in this game. 5-1-6, most CS in the game, contending with Waena, and now a minute and 10 seconds before this dragon is up. The gold lead has not gotten worse. That's the good news. The bad news is your middle inhibitor is down. You're going to need to put a lot of focus there if you're Fisher. And given the fact that you have to walk into the dragon pit because you're on red side, it is much harder for Bruness to try to come up with a steal or something. It looks like the Baron has been started up here for Ole Miss. The pings are going down. They have an idea that this is happening. Baron down to 4 digits of HP now as the entirety of Fisher has shown up. Bravo's ultimate is not available, though. It's going to be really difficult for them to do much of anything. Stray's going to go over the wall and go straight in. They're going to target out Bravo here, and they find him a quick pick, and now they're going to turn on the match over the way in on the backside, looking for Shogo, and he has to double back, and now Bruness has to run away. And Bajani is stunned up, and Stray is chopping away at him, and Shogo gets the kill. Bruness cannot kill Icelandic Hero. He's in full retreat. The dog is getting sent to the pound, and he will fall. Asila picks up kill number 2, and Waena is the only one left standing. And with a wave pushing in mid, it looks like Ole Miss are going up 2-1, Typhoon.
Yeah, beautiful awareness there. Waena's trying to fish for a kill, but
Doesn't
beautiful.
matter.
Yeah, it's not gonna matter though, because down goes the Nexus.
Oh, Waena can't even get the kill. Stray puts the cherry on top. 6, 2, and 4 for him. And Ole Miss came up huge after a rough early start.
Yeah, I mean, it was just all Ole Miss after, that first passage of play. We, with that Gwen chase down, gets the kill, decides to play Gwen and snowball it into a big advantage for his team. But the ultimate hero here, Shogo, just putting on a performance on the Ezreal. You mentioned it in the game. CLOL tier 2v2 kill under the enemy turret to start the snowball is absolutely a huge, huge point of contention here to look at going into the next game.
Yeah, when you get a kill at that point in time as an Ezreal, you're on top of the world. You're like, oh my god, this is the best game start I've ever had in my life. It's just absolutely fantastic. Shogo ran away from the game with there. I want to give big shout outs to Icelandic Hero. While we didn't call out his name a whole lot after the rough early start, really locked in, started making good plays, had good target selection on the Vi, was very disruptive in these team fights, and of course, Asila hanging tough after a really, really difficult start. Had that big shockwave in the river fight that made sure Ole Miss was not going to lose that fight. And guess what? They never looked back from there, Typhoon. It was a really good team victory.
Yeah, I mean, once they started getting to this mid game, it was fire on all cylinders, and they really showed out, and ultimately, I think a quiet hero here for Ole Miss is Rhino, just, always there to really hold it down for Shogo, protect him on those fights, and then just beautiful vision control around that Baron to allow them to get the jump onto Fisher to end out this game here in a very decisive fashion.
Couldn't agree more, Typhoon. That means we are going to kick it to a break as Ole Miss leads 2-1. They have an opportunity to slam the door on Fisher and send them to the losers bracket. Fisher fighting for their life. We'll see what happens when we come back.
What do you make of this up here? Just showed up in the yard a couple days
Has a
ago.
dog been digging in here?
I don't think so, dude. That goes way down in there. Seriously, did you just lose your meat stick?
Yeah.
Oh, no. There's something in there, dude. Just leave it.
Are you kidding me?
We'll just head to the house. Just leave it.
The hell with that.
Yeah. There's something in there.
Want one?
Thank you.
It was worth it.
Welcome back, everybody, to the League of Legends playoffs. We're in the upper finals. Ole Miss has taken a 2-1 lead over Fisher College. In a match that Fisher College had the advantage early, we saw multiple kills on the Fury, multiple kills on LeBlanc, hell, multiple kills on the Jackson. Somehow, some way, Ole Miss were able to take the victory because Shogo is the guy who will take you to the promised land. Now the question is, can Ole Miss do it again? Or will we see a Game 5 Typhoon? This has been a banger matchup, and you might be in for 5 games because for some reason, man, it just feels like every time I cast a collegiate series, it goes 5 games.
Hey, that's okay with me. I mean, we're
It's a
getting
good problem
some
to have.
really, really good games, so I'd be okay with it. But yeah, Shogo just absolutely smurfing it here. Game 3. Hopefully, Ole Miss trying to replicate that yet again. The bot lane duo just outplaying their opponents all throughout that game. And yeah, they're gonna have to try to keep converting that. And I think something that flew under the radar a little bit too was Stray's performance on this Gwen. Of course, OP champ, but still played it very well.
Absolutely, and we'll have to see if we just change up any of the picks, change up any of the bans. I imagine Bruness is still not going to be able to get his Wukong, so it'll be a little problematic there. But I wonder if he had flash that game, if that game would have been any different.
It's hard to say because he definitely wouldn't have gotten that early kill there in the enemy jungle level 4 because Ignite wouldn't have ticked it down. But does that potentially, snowball Wyna a little bit harder on the LeBlanc because it likely would have gone over to him? Ultimately, I mean, unfortunately, we'll never know. But the thing is, I don't know if you want to trade the Neferi for the Gwen again here if you're Fisher because it didn't work out too well for you there.
Yeah, it didn't work out the best, but it didn't work out poorly, right? I mean, the Gwen didn't really get an opportunity to pop off until later. And it looked like a solid champion. It didn't look like the Giga 1v9 champion we've really seen at like the pro level. Where it's like, oh man, this Gwen really took over this game. I think a lot of it was a byproduct of like this Gwen has been bought a lot of space, and because a lot of the focus went on Shogo, that allowed Stray to kind of pop off, right? I feel like if maybe Sugar wasn't as far ahead, then maybe we see Gwen struggle to get off the ground a little bit more. But ultimately, if you decide to ban both champions, I don't think it's a bad decision out of either of these teams.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I think eyes should definitely be more pointed towards Shogo and, these safer late game carries in the form of the Zaya, in the form of the Ezreal that we've seen him pop off on now in game 1 and 3. And ultimately, it's like you said, Gwen was more so a product of the environment than forcing a lead herself. So it'll be interesting to see how they pivot off of that here in game 4. If they feel the Gwen was really the prio, they may leave the Neferi up. But I think if you're Fisher, I think you just decide to take the Gwen on B1 if it's available.
Exactly, and you have to think that Coach Collimer is pretty happy with the way his team has played. So far, he was a little bit concerned with the way they played the last couple of days. NACL and scrims and the like said, "quote You guys need to stop playing scared." That's not the exact quote. He used different language. But he's much happier that they have 50 kill fiestas and absolute bangers where they're being actually aggressive than just being timid and afraid to make a mistake. And so far, with that live and let die attitude, 2-1 up on Fishers. We are into the picks and bans here for game 2 already. No changes when it comes to the bans, but obviously it's still really early. We could see something else come through. All right, so what do you think Ole Miss are first picking here on the blue side? If it's available, of course. Like, what do you want to see them do with their team composition, with the way that both teams have played so far through 3 games?
Well, I mean, I think it's been pretty evident here. Game one and three, it kind of showed with having a safe lane in the bot lane that can scale up into these big team fight comps, and you know any champion that really enables that, you know, for Old Miss is going to be good. And I think in order to beat them here, Fisher needs to try to throw a wrench into this scenario here with some sort of potential X factor here. The Gwen is still available, so I would like to see Fisher pick that champion up if it comes through. And no, it will be banned. But notably,
Fury
Nefiri is
still up.
still on the table.
And we'll see if Fisher want to first pick the Fury again. I wouldn't hate it, and I think that the only problem that I have is that it doesn't exactly fit Wiena's playstyle very well. He's been really good on the assassins. You see that LeBlanc in the back of your room. I got the LeBlanc too. This man's got the LeBlanc. Because he had a really really good game on it, just wasn't able to do much more after kind of getting shut down. And is it Nefari's a champion that you'd really like a more supportive mid laner, somebody who's going to not bring as much damage, but maybe bring a little bit more CC. Take a look at Ole Miss; they're doing the tried and true Vi Aurora.
Yeah, via Aurora. We saw it really pop off in game two, but for Fisher. So it should be interesting to see how they decide to react. Aurora has been running this series for the most part. 100% win rate, I believe, still
Yep.
in games picked. So also to consider is that is a double, or well, not, it's a flex for the Aurora, but it's going to be the Nefiri Syndra lock in for Fisher. Wina
Okay.
really good at this champion. And it pairs really well with the Nefiri, I think. You
Yeah.
get the scatter setup, you get the point and click, and it's just a load of burst damage, and it's kind of a Vi Aurora in their own right.
Yeah, this is a little bit more of what we wanted. Syndra does serve a similar purpose, but you don't have to go in as much. I think that was a large problem that Wayna ran into later on in the game where he had to really commit to deal all of his damage. I mean, we saw a couple of times he got absolutely blown up. I think that mid lane fight where he goes in and immediately got targeted out, blown up. Nothing that Fisher were able to do. We are seeing the Tristana come through here over on the side of Ole Miss. I actually would not be too surprised if we saw this Tristana in the mid lane and Stray on the Aurora top lane. So they have left open the double flex. Jack's going to get banned. Braum also taken
Yeah, and I think Tristana has quietly flown under the radar as a strong champion. It's really popping back up again. We saw it a lot last year, but it also fits the reality that Shogo likes to play here. Late game, really strong carry, has quite a bit of safe laning with that buster shot,
away. Yep.
and can jump right out. So I think so far, Ole Miss drafting to their strengths that they've found successful so far in this series, and I'd like to see them continue to do so.
Leona off the board. So is Ambessa, and it's going to be a Tarek pickup here for the side of Ole Miss. And you know what? I really like this. Aurora likes going in with Between Worlds. Vi and Tristana obviously want to go all in. So you have a great opportunity for Cosmic Radiance to come down, make multiple members invulnerable. On the other side for Fisher, the Lulu coming in. This will be really good to buff up this Nefiri.
Yeah, and it'll be a very good lane partner here too for the Corki. It becomes very hard to dive onto this Corki as the Vi, as the Aurora, as the Tristana when you have a champion like Lulu available, and it also quietly is really strong in the early laning phase. Can trade really aggressively, and I think that's something that they definitely need to try to consider doing here against someone like Shogo, who has been running these games over in the late game.
And the Hui will be the final lock in for the side of Ole Miss. So we're going to have double AP solo laners, it looks like. I'm not entirely sure where we'll see the Tristana. I think Tristana in the bot lane will make a lot more sense now, given the fact that maybe Shogo and Rhino just decide, hey, we're just going to all in them consistently, especially with the Lulu, with the Corki. You don't have a super tank down there. It looks like that will be the move. So just control mages in the mid lane. And again, we're going to have the same jungle matchup here. We'll have to see if Fisher is able to get Brunessa off the ground again, and this time around leverage the CC and utility that they have to make sure he carries the game.
Yeah, I mean, we see a bit more of a standard comp here from Fisher, which is something that I am particularly happy about. I think it's a lot easier to play a comp like this where you're playing pretty much front to back here. You have a lot of range with Syndra and Corki available, but also a lot of backline threat with this Gnar and Nefiri. So with that, looks like we're going to jump right into game. And as you were saying, we'd like to see Burness get off the ground here on Nefiri again and hopefully have more of an impact in the mid game. And we'll see if he can do that here.
Ole Miss one game away from going to the grand finals and looking to lock their spot for an NECC bid to get to the CLOL championship. Again, as you and I have touched upon, it is likely that all four of these teams, the top four in the NECC, that's Winthrop and Northwood, who are going to be playing in the lower bracket, and then, of course, Fisher and Ole Miss, are going to make it to the CLOL championship regardless. They are all incredibly strong teams. However, it's always nice to say that you're the king of the NECC, right? That you won your conference outright. So Ole Miss looking for their second straight first place finish.
Yeah, it's definitely a big thing, to win here. Like you said, like we've been saying, 4 teams, all likely to make it to the championship series. But the thing is, you come in with a big chip on your shoulder when you take that first place seat, and Ole Miss definitely have the firepower to do it here. Shogo been performing absolutely amazing here in the bot lane. A lot of big plays coming out from Icelandic, and Stray has just been a very stable, player here up in this top side. And we'll see if they can do it again.
Yeah, there's been a couple of times in the past where Stray hasn't been as stable, but this year so far, it's been pretty good for him. Gonna need to make sure that Asila is able to keep the stability in the mid lane. Syndra, a champion that if she gets ahead, again, we talk about the differences between her and LeBlanc, does not need to full commit to get her damage down. So if she gets fed, it'll be big news. Here comes the leap in. Shogo is forced a barrier. It was a good stun, but a couple of summoners burn on both sides.
Yeah, something that has to be very wary here is Shogo still has access to flash, and there is a bit of a tech where you flash forward with the Taric stun on yourself. And now that Magi down in this bot lane has no flash, is quite low on health, I would like to see Icelandic Hero try to look down towards this bot side, especially after, clearing out this top side. There's no cross match to be had. And they have to be careful here on the bot side for Fisher.
A big stun. Oh, this could be the death of Asila. He's one auto away from dying, and it's going to be another first blood coming through for Wayena.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like right now there's just 3 things guaranteed in life. That's death, taxes, and a Wayena solo kill in the mid lane before the jungle clear's done.
Big double stun. Icelandic Hero and friends make a huge play in the bot lane. But now Bruness may be looking to turn this one around. He is level 4. He's going to target out Icelandic Hero. He ignites him, but he's not able to get closer.
Yeah, I like the ignite there from Burness. One more Q connects onto Icelandic Hero, and that is the kill. And that would make a dire play a lot more friendly for your side. But a beautiful play from Shogo. Exactly what I was saying before, is using that flash on the Taric stun is extremely valuable against a champion as immobile as a Lulu. So good plays down there in the bot side. And yet again, this bot lane feeling themselves and being very aggressive and trying to control this game.
All right, who's going to secure the blue buff? It is going to go over to Icelandic Hero. Now they're going to turn on to Bruness. Rhino is very low. Wayena is bringing up the rear, but a good stun onto Shogo means that the play cannot proceed.
Yeah, and all things considered, I mean, Shogo had to drop a few minions here on this bot wave. It will be almost the full wave, but in the meantime, Bravo is just recalling, picking up some items to try to even out after that early kill. So ultimately, if you're Fisher, you're not too upset about that play, but moving forward, it might not feel as good. You burn a few cooldowns, such as the Taric flash. No, that's already on cooldown, sorry. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be a tough one here for this bot lane now, because Lulu down a death with no flash is extremely vulnerable, and it will not be back up for Icelandic Hero's cease and desist cooldown when he finishes the full clear.
Oh, Syla goes a little bit too far forward here, and he almost finds Wayena, but Bruness will get the kill. Icelandic Hero is going to just hold on here, take out the last little nugget, and walk over to the dragon potentially.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, if you're a Syla, you pretty much, as soon as you see that Neferi, you're just done for. So I definitely like the attempt to try to take Wayena down with him, but it's just not enough. It's calculated damage, and that's one of those that you wish you had that one extra auto.
Another nice play there, but the stuns aren't matched up. Robro will have to burn the barrier, though.
Maybe Ignite for barrier here in the bot lane, and yet again, Icelandic Hero paying a lot of attention to this bot side. They might look to dive here, but the recall will get off from Brabro, so Magi is going to have to back off this turret to prevent the dive. And controlling this whole bot side now for the side of Ole Miss. I mean, this should set up your dragon quite nicely. You have a very good team fight comp.
Oh, Magi
really aggressively.
Yeah, taking a lot of them away from Icelandic Hero, making it a little bit less worth, but this does mean minion waves crashing into the turret. Brabro finally here to catch this one. Meanwhile, on the top side, we're going to see Bajani drop his ultimate down, looking to get a lot of damage on the Stray. Stray going to between worlds. A little damage and get out. Bruness going to be taking the grubs. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, it's going to be Dragon for Ole Miss. And, you know, giving the grubs over to your Gnar, pretty good. Probably the best one to use them in this game.
Most definitely. I think the only one to consider potentially using it better is this Tristana, but typically it's more valuable to pick up the grubs when you have Tristana in your mid lane, a bit more accelerated on the XP side of things. So good pickup there, good awareness to cross map it, and now this CS lead in the jungle for Bruness is just opening up further and further. You know, the dragon timer being delayed means that Bruness is allowed to just clear out.
Here. Asyla's in trouble. He's forced to flash away. Just a really tough game for Asyla. Tough series. Honestly, he's been locked up the entire time.
Yeah, Wyna's kind of had Asyla's number, and it's been showing, and I think it continue will.
Dive Stray here. For that ultimate. There we go. All right, they got the job done. The Ignite was there. It wasn't super clean, but it was clean enough.
Yeah, and that's going to be the Feats of Warfare, and that's kind of a big pickup when you look at the two comps. You know, typically Swifties is kind of the big one that everyone looked at when these Feats of Strength first came out. And realistically speaking, Neferi as well as Gnar both potentially could be using it.
Okay, Wyena's got a flash over the wall with the Spiraling Despair. The stun is out. The red buff is helping Wyena and the squad. He gets the shield, and he will walk out alive. Ole Miss cannot take this guy down. Asyla can't buy a kill, and now a stun on the top side as we're going in on Stray, as Bajani is just rifling auto attacks away, throwing houses at him. Maybe he's looking for a dive. Misses the stun. Here's the Between Worlds. Bajani's got to flash away as he overcooked the play just a little bit, Typhon.
Yeah, I think once you commit fully onto this topside 1v1, and once you walk under the turret, it becomes very dangerous. But leveraging the flash advantage to try to get a little bit of a tempo reset, and it will actually come through. So ultimately, all things considered, not horrible for the side of Fisher here across the map. Very good survive there from Wyena. I think that'll definitely be huge moving forward. You know, not giving over that extra kill that potentially could have put Vi back on even standing down this much CS. So a huge survive there to keep them out of this game, honestly, so far in the mid lane.
Yeah, and you know, Asyla would have needed that because the mental is really important, right? You know, Asyla's been known to kind of keep things even keel, right? No matter how bad the game is going. You saw it in that last game on Oriana. He really persevered and was a reason why Ole Miss ended up winning some of these fights. But you can only take so much before it really starts to get to you and it starts to crack the mental. Love to see if he's able to stand strong, especially after a play that went so wayward. Just over 10 minutes into the game, waiting on the next set of grubs to come up shortly. I'm sure Fisher would be more than happy to have them. They have multiple members up on the top side. Wayena is redeploying here. See if they're able to catch anybody in transition. As Brabro is not with the team, and if he takes it back here and heads up, he might be a little late on the rotation, but it'll still be good.
Yeah, and the risk of rotating up here though is they would drop this bot wave, so they are kind of
Asila,
odds on it.
They catch Asila again, man. How many times are they gonna get away with it? 2-0 is Wayena.
That's a huge pickup now. It makes it almost uncontestable here for the side of Ole Miss on this top side. They're going to stick around to try to do it, but they have the Corky moving up from Brabro. But
Hero down to half. He's polymorphed. The Cosmic Radiance is going to be enough to save them, and it will for the moment. The teleport coming in. Stray's on the backside. Icelandic Hero's going to survive. Stray, between worlds getting in, forces a lot of flashes out. Now they're going to target Brunes, who goes untargetable, and he dodges out on the stone with a good sidestep. And now Shogo's being forced away by Brabro and Brunes, but they're dealing a lot of damage. Meanwhile, Rhino's been stunned to unleash power, not going to kill him. But Shogo with the buster shot, trying to get away. He's been polymorphed, but he falls. Icelandic Hero on top of Wayena. So is Stray. Stray's trying to hop around to get more damage in, but he can't find more than Brabro as Ole Miss heads back to the grubs.
Yeah, I mean, and very scrappy 4v4 there on the top side, ultimately going to be the 1-for-1. But, you know, it's going to be a grubs over for Ole Miss. So they're going to get the net positive here, but they do have to consider they're dropping plates down to Bajani, who has proven with gold can make a big impact on this game and is definitely playing a champion to do it. So ultimately, I think this is going to be a pretty even trade, all things considered, especially if Bajani can really utilize his gold to get these big team fight ultimates.
Now the dragon is up. Nobody really hovering around it for the moment. We see Brunes deploying on the bottom side, Icelandic Hero on the top side. A couple of pings going out, so they are aware that Ole Miss is probably in this river. Wayena on a back, looks like he's going to redeploy in the mid lane. While they have Bajani down here, he has no teleport. Could have liked to make a play. Asila is just getting 1v1'd by him, man. The Spiraling Despair doesn't land. He's just in a Spiraling Despair this game. And the good knock up against the wall is Bajani looking to stun lock Rhino, who's taken very low, but they're able to at least get him off for now. But Shogo's got to leap away. Brunes down to about half HP, but full control for Fisher.
Yeah, beautiful collapse there. Really just utilizing how weak right now that this way is. You know, it's really hard for Asila to really step up at anything. Super low. The inventory is just completely empty.
Garage sale, baby.
Chapter. Just literally picking up bits and pieces at the garage sale.
Oh, Magi getting flashed on. But here we go. We're seeing Brunes go in a 1v3. He's gone untargetable, but it looks like he barked up the wrong tree. The unleashed power, Wayena gets the kill. And now Stray on the side, trying to get away from Brabro. Wayena's going to flash over the wall to the safety of his teammate. And with Icelandic Hero seeing Brabro, he will choose not to go in.
Yeah, ultimately a good collapse there does get Shogo on the play.
Oh, Wayena with a good trade. What? Oh, the heal and the shield. It's not enough. A shutdown trade.
Rhino, I don't know if you want to be here.
Yeah, Rhino's in trouble, but guess what? Icelandic Hero is on the way. Brabro may have been off a bit more than he could chew. He knows that the Lulu is here to help him out, but he's going to Valkyrie out.
Interesting.
I'm kind of surprised.
There.
I thought he was going to go in for it.
Yeah, I thought he definitely could have tried to put the fight on there. You know, Icelandic Hero does have the Sundered Sky, so it is a bit risky. He is quite strong, but doesn't have cease and desist. So you pretty much could just dash straight in and free hit without being CC'd up after that stun, you know, gets buffered through.
You know, it's not entirely unreasonable to go out on that play. You know, you are in a winning position if you are Fisher. Brunes has 3 kills. Wayena's got 4 kills. No need to really get a little too over aggressive. You know, you can just be, you know, chill out and have a good time. Meanwhile, Brunes has swept out the ward. Shogo going to be spotted out here. Good prediction there to put him at least close to Shogo, but big healing coming out from Rhino. The Ignite does get expended, but should be the end of the play.
Yeah, and this
Never mind.
Long play.
Waena says the play is never over as he lands a big stun and finds a kill.
Waena's just been everywhere on the map this game, surviving on one, single-digit HP multiple times,
Now he
showing up and making plays.
Too. Icelandic Hero can't even get in his own damn jungle, man. This is a really tough scenario for Ole Miss, and it starts with Asila, who has had such a rough game. Wyan has been huge. He's been able to enable Bruness at times. The dynamic duo, is it a surprise that they're both 4-1 and 2?
Yeah, Fisher just absolutely leaning into their strength of this mid-jungle. Super fed now, and Icelandic Hero might be caught out.
A big knock up there, too. And it's going to be another kill going the way of Waena. And guess who's dead again? Down goes Asila. Big shields on Waena between worlds. Can they keep him alive? He ends up dying, but it's a trade all of a sudden. Fisher College continuing to increase their lead. 3,000 gold, 16 minutes into the game. The siege on the tier 1 turret is here. Shogo gets slammed up against the wall, and everybody gets on top of him.
Bajani with a huge flash ultimate to continue this push forward to take down this turret. And that is huge for the side of Fisher. You know, you got a lot of money now onto your Corki. Brabro ate good in that fight with the double kill. He's going to be very strong, and apparently Valkyrieing out was the right call, because you know what they say about being patient, you will be rewarded. So ultimately this game just blew wide open for Fisher, and their mid jungle's super ahead. Their bot lane is now winning, and Bajani making the plays needed to really drive his team into the front.
We've just never been able to see Shogo make anything happen in this game. He's been relatively shut down 1, 3, and 2. He's done a good job of really keeping him under control, and Stray immediately gets blown up. Once again, the goon squad of Bruness and Waena just going around the map doing whatever the hell they want. Magi's got to flash away because 3 men engage on him, and he gets a lot of chunks taken out of him. He's very low, but Brabro is able to save the day and keep his support upright. Once again, Ole Miss's counterplay fails.
And this has kind of been the story of this game is, you know, Fisher takes what they want on the map. They kill this Aurora, take the bot lane turret, and further accelerate this Syndra. And on the other side, they can't get the counterpunch. And we're kind of keep seeing that happening, and it's going to snowball and continue to happen. The more gold difference that becomes available. And I don't know what more you can really do as Ole Miss. You have the 3-man engage onto the Lulu, and Magi just decides, I'm going to survive here, and Brabro backs him up, and it leads straight into this Rift Herald now.
That Rift Herald, I mean, this game is already, you know, heavily tilting in favor of Fisher, but can really open it up, and Icelandic Hero going to make another play, but that Scout of the Week keeps him so far away. Icelandic Hero going to go invulnerable, stuns going out, Magi is tagged, Brabro's going to flash, Magi ulting himself, but he gets blown up, but the turnaround is here. Bruness the hero, they're able to turn around and take 2. It's Brabro getting both of those kills.
It's a huge play here. We got a flank coming.
Spiraling Despair landed on Waena. Waena will flash away, but he dies on the backside. It ends up being a 1-for-1 though, so Asila gets his first of the game.
So big pickup on the backside there for Asila, but it's ultimately not an even trade for the team. You give up the dragon now, and your dragon stacking is super rough. You lost the Rift Herald. You just lost 3 people in your turret. This game is getting out of control for Fisher now, up 5,500 gold, up 2 Drakes to 1, and it's not going to get easier here as this Syndra continues to come online.
Now the scaling for Ole Miss is there. They do have good scaling. You have the Tristana, you have the Hui, you know, even Stray, we've seen him really show up later on in these games, but it's been a struggle for him to even side lane, right? His CS numbers are not looking as good as they were in prior games, and it's because Bruness and Waena have been paying particular attention to these side lanes. And speaking of side lanes, Bruness is in a side lane right now. He's in a 2v1. He does have a teleport coming in. He's going to go invulnerable for a full second, and now Bajani is here, and they turn on the Stray, and they blow him up. And Asila trying to do what he can, but he just can't do too much. Oh, good dodge there by Icelandic Hero, but the continued press of Bajani and Brabro 1v1 Shogo on the side. And that's how you know Ole Miss is in a bad way. It's a 3-0. The Rift Herald dropped in the bottom lane with a wave coming in.
They're gonna get this tier 2 most likely here. Wayno with a beautiful double stun on the scatter to keep this play going so they can't get turned on. And like you said, Brabro with the solo kill on Shogo. You know, you look at these past games and Shogo's kind of been their answer when they start to fall behind. Shogo has a pop-off moment and starts to carry these games. But Brabro just solo killed him off to the side of the fight while you're already losing. And now it feels even more hopeless when your typical savior is also having a rough game.
Everybody's fed on Fisher. 20 minutes into this game. An 8,000 gold lead for them. Otacon available on the top side of the map. They've taken out 2 inner turrets. Just look at the gold disparities. It is massive. The closest one is in this bottom lane between these AD carries. And despite Shogo's best efforts, he's still down about 500.
Yeah, and I don't know what more you can really do here. I mean, if you're Ole Miss, you're just kind of left to try to hope Fisher makes a mistake now, because it's really difficult to pull out a play, especially against the champions that are selected. It's really hard to do anything against Corki from when he's ahead. Syndra is extremely difficult to hold down when she's ahead. Nefiri, we all know the tale of that. And of course, Gnar is Gnar, so it's going to be rough. But it looks like they're going to just take an Otacon, and to further extend this lead, it's going to be the XP buffer coming through. TP coming down.
Yeah, they're going to TP onto Bajani here, and they're going to try to make a multi-man play here. They need to really find this kill. See if Bajani's got the moves. He's going to flash away. He dodges out on most, but he is hit with a Spiraling Despair. He finds the stun onto Shogo, knocks 2 men away, trying desperately to run as he sped up just a little bit. If he can buy a lot of time for his team, he'll take it. Redemption coming down, but he dodges that one too, but he's going to walk into a water brush. Meanwhile, over on the mid lane, Stray ends up dying in a 4v2, and the next target is going to be Icelandic Hero, and he falls, and somehow Bajani is still alive, looking to link up with his team. There's no turrets left. The mid lane turret goes down. They finally called off the play. Bajani has linked up with the squad, and it has to be the most crushing defeat for Ole Miss as the mid inhibitor has fallen, and now Fisher will take it to the top inhibitor turret.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what I was saying. It's so difficult to kill anyone on this team, and they go for the Otacon. So the counter response here from Ole Miss is to go down to this bot lane and try to take down Bajani, who is a bit deep into the lane, but they landed quite literally everything maybe outside of that fear from, you know, Asila, and he still just survives. He tanked the Spiraling Despair, the Buster Shot, everything, and walks it off. That has got to be super frustrating if you're Ole Miss, and they really need to, you know, kind of try to have the mind of a goldfish and try to look here for the next game, because it's pretty hopeless here in game number 4. I just don't know what you do.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, you know, again, the scaling is still there, but I think that you're just so far down so early into the game. Baron hasn't even spawned yet, right? And I think that Fisher will be taking us to a game 5 here. Maybe Ole Miss has some fight left in them for this game. But it looks like Stray is going to probably just die to Bruness. This would be great if Stray could maybe turn it around, but he goes into the turret on the Between Worlds, and that's how you know that your goose is well and truly cooked. He was only worth 180 gold. Oh, wait a minute. They're trying to make another play onto Bajani here in a 4v1, and they find him. Brabro goes in. He gets hit with a Spiraling Despair. This is maybe the turnaround. 4 members are going to be invulnerable. You need to find a way in if you're Ole Miss, but you can't.
That's a big cooldown burn, and now it's going to be really hard for them to try to check into Fisher. Ultimately, the map is top laner for top laner, but it's not going to matter. You're still stronger in the 4v4 as Fisher, and they're going to take it back out to this dragon, pick up the soul point for the Cloud Dragon, and Baron is on the table in 10 seconds, and they likely probably want to just transition straight into this Baron on the top side after they reset and control the top half of the map.
sole point here for Fisher. The good news for Ole Miss is I don't know how much it's actually going to help them out. I mean, there are champions that take good advantage of it, looking at Bajani, looking at Bruness, but ultimately, it's a soul that I think everybody is pretty much just willing to give up. And if this means that Ole Miss gets a little bit of extra scaling time, a little bit of breathing room, they're totally fine with that. But Fisher, starting up the Baron, very quickly said, no, you do not get any opportunities to find a way back in. Oh, Icelandic Hero, he's going to have to be the one to find an opportunity. And spotted out by Bajani, he's going to have to queue away, and Bajani is just going to chase him down. This is a great job here from the top laner of Fisher. It means the Baron will be secured for Fisher College. Stray is going to at least get a turret on the other side. He might even be interrupted by Magi now. He's going to be able to finish his back.
Yeah, utilizing those recall boots, the symbiotic souls. But ultimately, you know, Baron goes over for Fisher, and I really would like them to try to crack this bot turret here and you know, and finish this game out cleanly, because if they don't, there's definitely a way for Ole Miss back into this game. Way now up to the second item here, Horizon Focus coming through, and you know, one good team fight could push him into a third item pickup, and that's when Hui starts to really hit. So they have to be careful and overcommitting to these plays, and need to play very controlled if they want to, you know, cleanly close out this game. They have so much burst potential between Syndra and Nefiri. Kind of the moral of the story of this series is Wyna and Burness just bursting out their carries.
Yeah, and this is where you see the real power of Nefiri. She went up a little bit too far, and yet is just able to get out without a problem. Now, Wyna is chunked. Bruness is chunked a little bit too. But the siege is on. See what the move is here, is it looks like they're just going to have to give this turret up. They're going to lose their bottom inhibitor as well. Time is running out. You need to make a play. Somebody, Stray, goes in between worlds. Icelandic Hero trying to get in. He's going to peel back. Multiple members are vulnerable, but not Stray as he falls down. Icelandic Hero in the middle of the fight, spiraling despair too, but I don't think it's going to matter. Shogo into half. Bruness runs him down, and the next target will be Asila, who will burn but live on the steps of his fountain. But that's all you can say. Stoop Kid is afraid to leave his stoop, and he falls on his stoop. Welcome to CLOL, Typhoon, nothing but 5-game bangers.
Huge performance from Fisher, just absolutely dominating this game yet again through that mid jungle. We've been seeing it all series long. Wyna and Burness just controlling the games
Crazy
through these mid jungles. You know, they finally pick a non-assassin mid laner, but it felt like an assassin the way Wyna was blowing champions up on this Syndra.
Yeah, dude was incredible from start to finish. Bruness as well. Asila has to do something. They have to ban more champions to make it easier for him to play. He's got to play something that maybe has an escape or more survivability, because Ole Miss is not going to win if he continues to struggle like this. He really needs to come up in Game 5, erase the mistakes of the past, come up huge, make big plays. We saw Icelandic Hero was shut down that game. You know, so was Shogo. So really just a mulligan for Ole Miss here. But Typhoon, we're going into the 5th game, and if you could sum up this series so far in a few words, what would they be?
I don't know if I could sum it up in a few words. There's just so much happening, but
as few as
I would
possible.
say explosive and very back and forth.
Couldn't agree more.
It's incredible. It's fun to watch.
Couldn't agree more. Explosive for sure. Back and forth. Well, considering the fact that we're about to go to a 5th game, I'd say you're right. Go, get your snacks, get your drinks, because you're not going to want to miss this epic 5th game between Fisher College and Ole Miss. We'll be right back after this.
What do you make of this up here? Just showed up in the yard a couple days
Is a
ago.
dog been digging in there?
I don't think so, dude. That goes way down in there. Seriously, did you just lose your meat stick?
Yeah.
Oh, no. There's something in there, dude. Just leave it.
Are you kidding me?
We'll just head to the house. Just leave it.
The hell with that.
Yeah, there's something in there.
Want one?
Thank you.
It was worth it.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC Collegiate League of Legends playoffs. The winner of the series will go to the finals and fight for a spot in the CLOL Championship, while the loser will face the winner of Winthrop and Northwood. Typhoon, so glad that you've been able to enjoy this cast with me. As we made it to the fifth and final game of these series, it's always a banger in CLOL, man. It is crazy. Ole Miss has been a part of many of these bangers, and we get to narrate another story and the storied history of Collegiate League of Legends. Typhoon, we talked about it at the end of Game 4. We need to see something out of Asila that isn't just dying. I hate to say it. I love this kid. He's great. I think he's a good player. And I really just hate flaming players. I'm not trying to flame, but bro, we gotta see something. A pulse in the early game.
Yeah, I mean it's been rough. He's died solo to Wayna every single game here before level 6. And it's really becoming something that's being leveraged against Ole Miss as a whole, Wayna and Burness just taking over these games. And in large part it's because Wayna can create these leads individually in this mid lane. Um, I'm not really sure what you pivot to try to mitigate this. I think you either have to go towards something like a Galio where you're a facilitator with high value regardless, or you have to go with something that's extremely hard to kill in lane, something like maybe in the Azir or, something like that where you can kind of keep yourself safe in the mid lane. But ultimately that's kind of what we're seeing is just Wayna getting a lead mid lane, Berness getting a lead jungle, both pretty much independently, and then running over these games in the mid jungle in their victories.
Fisher dropped a rank from 5th to 6th over the last week of the CLAW Hub Power Rankings. And sure, it's not Keel in the jungle for Ole Miss, but Icelandic Hero has been very successful on his time on Ole Miss, has made them a constant threat near the top of the table. If Ole Miss was coming in with this team through at the beginning of the year, right? And they're like, hey, these are the 5 we're going to run. We would still consider Ole Miss a top 5 team. So now we need to talk about, regardless of win or loss, how much does this move the needle for Fisher, right? It feels like they're not going to get any respect for this sort of thing. But the bans and the picks are something that Ole Miss would probably just do anyway, right? These are Ole Miss comps that I would expect them to play. So I think Fisher has really earned a lot of respect here as a legitimate threat at the top of the table. Perhaps the top 6 teams in CLAW are ones to really threaten to win a championship. Everybody's gunning for Maryville at that number 1 spot. The consensus number 1 with no doubt. But now Fisher looking to rewrite history, potentially write themselves into a top 3 spot here.
Yeah, I mean, they've just been playing so well, and it's like you're saying, I don't think having Icelandic here in the jungle is really the reason that these games are going the way they are. I think nameplates off, I think they go the same way regardless of who's piloting these champions and in the jungle for Ole Miss. So Fisher just really just taking the fight to Ole Miss and doing it really well. They're kind of making these games very volatile with a lot of fighting and a lot of aggression in the mid jungle in particular, and it's paying off for them here in the long run.
What are we banning here, Typhoon? Because we can't let this Nefiri get through again, right? We simply cannot. We've finally seen Aurora lose a game, and I don't think you can ban out Wayena, right? I mean, he's gonna play this Akali, he's gonna play this LeBlanc. I mean, he played the Syndra to great effect here. I don't know what Ole Miss's answer is going to be. Maybe you just you first pick the Syndra, right? Because this is something that Asila is quite good at, and it's a takeaway from Wayena, and you just put Asila on comfort and be like, listen, we have to first pick you comfort no matter what they pull out on the other side. You're just gonna have to survive it. As we're into picks and bans, and once again seeing some similar jungle bans come through.
Yeah, I don't think Fisher much wants to switch up what they did last game. They really put the foot on the pedal. It was a very dominant performance, and Yeah, ultimately, I think you got to hold this R5 here for Waina. He's been utilizing him really well, playing these matchups. And I don't, it's going to be tough for Ole Miss to draft against that in particular, but something that they do have in benefit to them on this blue side is they can choose if they want to ban out Nefiri and take away the Gwen or vice versa. Because we've kind of been seeing these two OPs being traded or let through. And it's kind of up to Ole Miss now to make that decision.
Yep, and we're going to see Nefiri get taken off the board here, as well as Varys. So, going to make sure that some key champions that have been instrumental for Fisher are off the board. Maybe make Brabro a little uncomfortable, especially with his Corgi coming off the board. We're going to see an Ezreal ban come through again. So, we're really trying to pinch the pool of Shogo. He can play many things, but just trying to take some of the strongest champions that he has available to him away. And now we await Ole Miss's first pick. And it looks like they will go with the Gwen once again.
Yeah, so this is kind of what I was talking about. It actually is a very good strategy here from Ole Miss early in the draft. You showed such a strong performance with this Ezreal, with this Corki, and Shogo just being so strong, uh, just a pivotal member of this team, and it kind of pinched them into either choosing to give him Gwen or give him Ezreal. So good heads up there from Ole Miss to kind of get what they want, but Aurora Pantheon going to be locked in across the way.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised no Vi here, as that is typically one of the stronger combos, but perhaps a sign that we could see Bajani in the top lane with an Aurora. We'll have to see what the move is, and we're going to go back to Icelandic hero Viego. This time around, he's not going to be the solo threat. And while he did get some kills and he got his that game, I wasn't overly overwhelmed by it in terms of a pick. I wasn't like, wow, this is a pick that can certainly win him a game. But now when you pair it with CC of Lysandra, maybe all of a sudden it's a different story.
Yeah, and I definitely like this Lysandra pickup here for Asila. We were talking about it at the break about how Asila really needs something that can kind of just, play a safer lane here and scale into the mid game and be able to have utility to offer. And I think Lysandra is a great pickup for that. It pairs really well with this Viego. It's ultimately a really good mediator for the side of Ole Miss.
It's going to be Nar coming through for Fisher, so it does look like this Aurora will end up going into the mid lane for Waena. This is a combo that you've seen from time to time over in the eastern regions. We'll see how powerful it's going to be. You just have this great map-wide ultimate from the Pantheon. We saw Icelandic Hero make good plays on it much earlier in the series. We'll see if Bruness is able to do the same to help out in the second half of bans. Because Ole Miss elected to leave Shogo for the second half, he's going to lose out on some extra protection from the Zaya.
Yeah, also going to lose that Draven. Definitely an interesting ban. I don't think you typically want to look towards a champion like Draven against this much threat with the Aurora and Pantheon this early in the draft. So a bit of an interesting one there, but it's going to be
You
the
don't know.
support.
You don't know, but you're going to know. Shogo is the GOAT.
Yeah, that's fair. You said that in game 3, and it definitely was proven. So uh, I'm not too worried about what they could potentially pick up here for Shogo because I think he'll perform fine on it. But the support pool is going to get pinched out here for Majai, and that's going to be Alistar Braum taking away to set up the Nautilus. So a lot of CC so far picked up from the bottom half of the map for Ole Miss.
We'll see what Fisher wants to do with their last pick as we're going to see Misfortune come through for Shogo, looking to really have Asila do a lot of heavy lifting here. Your CC is coming from your Nautilus and from your Lysandra. Silas had a lot of issues in this series. Renata Glass going to be the final pickup here for Fisher. Thought maybe they would go with a second engage option, maybe like a Rel or something, but no, they're going to give the bailouts to Brabro. I mean, the bailout is going to go really hard on any member of Fisher here. Plus, the hostile takeover could cause a lot of problems. All right, Typhoon, which comp do you like better, and why, and how is each of these teams going to get the victory?
Well, best of one series on the line. I think Fisher is definitely, in the driver's seat going in, and I think their comp definitely is really showing their confidence. And I really like their mid jungle, another strong duo, a lot of burst potential. So they definitely need to be playing around trying to get that mid jungle fed to set up for these big team fights with the Jinx and Gnar. But across the way, Ole Miss, they have a lot of tools to really slow this game down and prevent their mid jungle from, getting such an egregious lead like they did in the last game and in their victories overall. Lissandra, a beautiful X Factor pickup to try to slow them down. So, they have a lot of single target here from Ole Miss to try to get a big reset for the Viego into the team fight. And I think that's how they're going to win this game if they can manage to get Viego and Icelandic Hero into the driver's seat.
Final game of this best of 5 between Ole Miss and Fisher College, 2 teams that we expect to make deep runs in the CLOL championship. Now, one of them will be going on to the finals, and the other one will have a second chance, but will have to take on either Winthrop or Northwood, both difficult assignments. One thing that we really want to talk about in this game, we know the mid-jungle duo Bruness and Waina have been doing incredible things, and they are the ones that seem to have a bit of a stronger duo here. Just one stun from Bruness, and all of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, your jungler or your mid laner can be gone. But in the bottom lane, Magi is going to need to be very careful against Rhino. One hook with the damage of misfortune, and you could die.
Yeah, it's something that I'm very glad that Ole Miss tried to opt in for. Something very aggressive in this bot lane that can put a lot of pressure. We saw the Ezreal Braum 2v2 kill earlier in the series, and I think it's a great idea to try to leverage their somewhat of what's probably just straight up advantage head to head in that lane matchup.
Junglers starting on opposite sides of the map early. Could see Bruness pay an early visit to the bottom lane where you would expect them to be pushed in. Stray leveraging his early strength. There's that first hook, and already a barrier burnt by Brabro, and he gets hit by a double up too.
Yeah, big chunk out from this misfortune. Just such a strong champion. Can proc that PTA extremely easily. Like, this is going to be a really rough lane here for Brabro and Magi if they cannot mediate it. If they can't get to level 6, it's going to be really difficult from there on out because Misfortune Nautilus is just such a strong team fighting duo. It becomes very easy to execute once you get to level 6. You just both pressure ultimates at the same time and you get to pretty much destroy a target for free. So has to be careful down there.
Doesn't matter if you're down CS, as long as you're not giving kills over to Shogo, because Brabro on this Jinx, he is the late game insurance policy of this team, right? Magi will hopefully be able to bail him out if they get a little bit too aggressive to Shogo and Rhino. Already see a ward coming down on the bottom side here. It's been pinged out as well, so they're going to be very well aware that Bruness is here. Rhino is standing on a ward. That'll be spotted out as well. Waina is shading down, looking to get some warding of his own done to make sure that Icelandic Hero isn't around on the bottom side.
Yeah, well aware here of the Pantheon pathing now. Makes it even more emphasized that Misfortune Nautilus is going to be able to control this lane. They understand where the jungler is, and that's a huge factor that matter. But you got Viego looking mid here.
Here we go. They're going to make the play on the Waina this time. He flashes away, but he's gone stealth. Icelandic Hero, he's getting hit with the last herd shot and ends up being a 1-for-1.
Waina absolutely picks up the 1v1. Beautiful finesse there, flashing under.
Okay, he's just going to thumbs up. I don't think he's going to be able to actually kill Asila, but he is wasting a lot of Asila's time. He's going to flash after him. He's going to get the stun. He is on the blast plane. He's going to try to put himself on the right side of it. But Asila will be able to get out without too much of an issue.
Bit aggressive there. Burning flash for that is a little bit of an overspend, I think. It's really hard to get to this Lissandra. She walks all the way out, hits the blast cone, and is out. So now you don't have flash to make a play on this Misfortune if you need to when she uses this bullet time, and you need to access her to shut it down.
Hook lands on the Magi. This is bad news. And Icelandic Hero's coming through from behind, and they know he's on his way. He's trying to bail himself out, but he flashes away to survive.
Ultimately, not horrible, all things considered, for Fisher here. They do lose the flash and the heal on Magi, but That is Ignite down from Rhino, so a lot less kill threat potential there. And that's kind of what you're looking for in this lane. You know, if you can mitigate this early lane, it makes it a lot easier come team fight time.
Straight in ward. The stun doesn't land, and he's going to try to retreat. Does Bajani. Bruness is going to go full in on Stray, but not actually able to get any kills. So far, his first couple visits have yielded nothing.
Something to keep an eye on, though, is they have not resulted in anything huge here on the ganks, but all things considered, the CS advantage is non-existent. It's still very even.
He's level 6 and Asylum's level 5. Wait a minute. He's got Between Worlds. He's going to drop it down. Icelandic Hero showing himself nearby means that Wayana cannot progress.
Potential target in the mid lane, though, for Bruness now to come and try to make something happen. You know, super low on HP and mana for the Lissandra, and that puts you in a really dangerous spot because Wayana burning the Between Worlds doesn't exactly make her, you know, unable to engage onto you, especially with Bruness, you know, having access to that point and click CC.
Syla has no teleport here, so backing on this wave means that Wayana's going to have an opportunity to shove it in and open up a bit of a CS lead for himself. Speaking of CS leads, Shogo is up 20 at this point in time, so early on into the game. Finally, Brabro was allowed some time to CS on his own, but Shogo already has a BF sword. We talked about how strong they could be. Both objectives are up. We're going to see Ole Miss head to the top side, looking to get these grubs for Stray. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Fisher will take the Ocean Dragon, which is a very good laning dragon.
Yeah, and you're ultimately gonna like this a lot if you are the Jinx Renata here, because Miss Fortune has a deceptively long range interaction with the E and the bouncing Q, so it's quite a bit of poke that you don't really really think of immediately, but they're gonna try to four-man
Oh yeah, he's just dead. He's just dead. Stop it. Will somebody stop it? As Bruness is now 1v4. He fancies himself a way to go in. Reiner's going to take a little bit of damage here. Wayana here. It's now a 2v4. Shogo hits a turret shot, and he goes down to half HP. But Bruness is low, and so is Wayana. Wayana's Between Worlds is not up. Bruness does not get hooked, but he gets ignited. He's shielding himself up. The turret's heating up, but down goes Icelandic Hero, but it ends up being a trade. Now Shogo getting tagged, but Wayana's out of turret range. Wayana's gone too far away. He needs to try to kill Asila here, and he does trade it out, but it is a kill for Shogo.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of a net positive here for Ole Miss picking up the extra kill, but Shogo gets paid here as well, so it's going to be a bit rough.
Uh-oh, Brabro finds himself in a 1v1, and it's not very good when you're in a 1v1 versus a Gwen. He has no barrier.
Yeah, I mean, free cooldown trade right there in the bot lane, right? So it's just going to make it even harder now for Brabro to step up. No barrier means you're a lot less tanky than you should be when you're trying to lane 2v2 against Shogo and Rhino, who picked up that kill on the topside dive.
The good news for Fisher, despite the fact that Bruness has not really gotten off the ground, Wayana has. He's 3-2 right now. Very powerful. This does mean, though, on the other side, Icelandic Hero, he's got 2 kills. Much more accelerated this time around on the Viego than he was last time.
Yeah, finally seeing some interaction here from Icelandic Hero early game on the Viego. It's definitely going to be something to look out for because Viego has this tendency to just magically pop up and get a quadra kill and run over games with any kind of advantage. And Icelandic Hero definitely has the skills to do it and the team around him to set him up for it. So also something to keep an eye on. That
Icelandic Hero, you're too far forward, my friend. He falls. Brabro gets the kill as Fisher defend their jungle.
The caster curse is real. It's so real. But
honestly,
yeah, you say what? I mean, this is just huge going back the other way now because now you're up 500 gold in mid. You're up in that's about it. But the problem is that 500 gold mid for Aurora is such a good place for this gold to be had. So it'll really come down to if Wayana can get to Shogo and shut down these team fights here, because in all reality, it's kind of Shogo versus Wayana at the moment. with a little bit of splash of Icelandic Hero picking up that Kraken Slayer.
Yeah, and this really just allows time for Fisher, right? It allows time for Brabro to get himself into the game and maybe be a little dangerous on this Jinx. It allows time for Wyena to get to his first item. Really big deal here. He and Brabro have been, and Bruness have been the guys. Bruness this time around hasn't had his greatest game. So Wyena may have to pick up the slack. You can see Bruness is lying in wait, waiting for Shogo and Rhino to get a little aggressive with a hook here. Magi is not level 6 quite yet, so we're not going to see a hostile takeover. Here we go, channeling the ultimate, ready to go through. Shogo is forced to flash away, and Rhino will give his life for his AD carry.
They are going to give the kill to Brabro, the perfect place for it. Kind of trying to make up for the CS deficit, and with that gank on the bottom side as well, that's going to allow Brabro to get this wave pushed out and control and try to neutralize this CS difference. But all the meantime, Icelandic Heroes just taking grubs on the top side, and from the Old Miss perspective, this is a really good trade, all things considered, because now Stray has 6 grubs potentially to push on sides with one of the strongest side laners on the patch.
Yeah, this is going to be very difficult for Fisher to actually deal with, because I'm not sure if Bajani is actually going to be able to stop him. He can speed bump him, sure, but not actually stop him. And as I say that, Stray forces the flash out. Icelandic Hero shows up. So does Rhino. They're ready for a dive. Bajani had troubles the first time around. Here comes Bruness, and he gets hooked. Wyena gets engaged on. He's knocked up. Hostile takeover is not available because Magi's level 5. Wyena's trying to do what he can, but the Super Mega Death Rocket comes through. Icelandic is low on the side, and Magi leveled up at the perfect time. And Fisher College turn it around.
Huge support heroics from Magi, and if you ever have someone tell you you can't carry as a support, that's the proof that it's not the case. The bailout to keep Burness alive allows him to get the health reset into the full team wipe, levels up and hits the hostile takeover across the team fight and just wipes them. And now we have a whole different scenario. Fisher College catapults himself into the driver's seat.
The script has been flipped, my friend. And now Fisher College onto this dragon, looking to get their second of the game. Wyena is 4-2. Brabro's got a couple of kills on him. They're looking for a shutdown. He's got to stand to the side because of the bullet time, and he will be forced to flash away. Shogo going to get tagged once by the turret, as Brabro still alive for now.
Brabro has to flash to keep that shutdown up so he doesn't give it away. Good awareness from Shogo to really try to make a quick play while the dragon is being taken, and that Grand Starfall is not available from Burness. But now Shogo's in a bit of a rough spot here, all things considered, because now this Jinx gets to reset, gets to go to mid lane, breaks the lane, and is free farming with 3 kills in mid lane.
Yeah, he's not been enabled as much this game. You know, Rhino has had to go elsewhere to try to make plays that have not worked out. Shogo in the team fighting phase, he's going to have to hope that Fisher loses track of him, or focuses their efforts elsewhere. But right now, he is still one of the strongest members in the game, despite the fact he's only 1-0-2. He's got 133 CS. He's up 40 on Brabro. If you get a look at the gold, because it's only a 700 gold difference, we can really see where it's focused on. And Brabro is just able to walk out. Silo wants to go in, so he's going to be taking a chunk as well.
We got the bot laners and the junglers all hovering around this mid wave. Can smell blood in the water with how much engage is available from either side. Rhino, of course, on the Nautilus, and Burness on the Pantheon. But ultimately, you have to be careful here, because if Misfortune gets a chance, she can just press R on the team fight and run it over. But looking at the gold, I mean, it's pretty much evened out here between the 80 carries.
I like the effort here coming through from Bajani, as flying in is Bruness, and they may have found Stray. Yes, they do.
Beautiful map awareness to make the play on top side. They see Lissandra and Viego here walk down towards this bottom side to secure this turret in the bot lane. So in response, Burness just Grand Starfall straight on to Stray, and it's kind of a win-win there up on the top side, you get the kill, but you're also shutting down this Gwen repeatedly, who is extremely behind now, 0-2-0, and they will get the tower on the top side after the fact. It won't be that first one towards the feats, but it will be a counter punch towards that bottom turret.
Yeah, but remember on the bottom turret, who got it? It was Shogo. His flash is going to be up for whenever this next fight is. They are just feeding Shogo the rock right now. That is one surefire way to win, as we've seen in this series, and as we've seen Ole Miss with him. He has been their star, their standout. Less than a minute until the Rift Herald is available. So now the question is, how bad do Fisher want it? Do they want to take this fight? Do they want to say, hey, we're going to try to land the knockout blow on Ole Miss? Because Ole Miss does have a deceptive amount of CC. If Asile can find an angle, it'll be bad news.
It could get very dangerous if they don't play well and don't track Asila on these sides. Often these flank angles, especially with Soul Point Dragon coming up here in 1:45. It's a very good window for Ole Miss to really punch back and get back into this game. But ultimately, if they track out Asila, it's extremely tough, because if Asila can get to the back line, Brabro will be in a lot of trouble.
Here's the bullet time to break everybody up. But there comes the hostile takeover. It is going to go wide. So nobody dead, nobody going to get hit, but a couple summoners burnt.
Yeah, a bit of a trade of cooldowns here in the mid lane, and it's just perfectly timed for Shogo to have that ultimate available come dragon spawn. Brabro going to have the barrier there, means it's going to be a little bit easier to access, and Flash is still on cooldown as well.
Okay, Bajani is forced to flash away, but Wayena has shown up. Yeah, the turret's going to fall, and Wayena is here to help him out. The question is, will he live? And he does on a sliver. The kill goes over to Bajani. Meanwhile, on the top side, the Rift Herald secured for Ole Miss.
Another kill onto the Gwen, just really getting the top lane treatment, but they will take the Rift over and try to push down this mid lane turret, but here comes a TP from Bajani.
Yeah, he does not have the rage bar up, but they're going to try to do what they can. Flying in is Bruness. Rhino's got a flash over the wall. He's on the wrong side of the tracks right now. Trying to tag Icelandic Hero as much as they can as they turned on him. Meanwhile, Brabro has slowed up Rhino. Asila coming to try to help out his jungler. Is able to get a nice root off and back it out. Meanwhile, good rotation here from Shogo as he takes top tier 1.
So ultimately on the map, Ole Miss really kind of taking control. They get the mid turret, they get the top turret, only in exchange for a few cooldowns. Icelandic Hero having to burn the flash is ultimately one of the biggest ones to go, but this time Bajani has the Narbar.
Yeah, it's going to be an opportunity to go in here. He's ready to go. He's got to find a way to hop. He hops off the minions. He slams him into the wall. A double kill for Bajani. Shogo, he's going to get chased down. He's going to stand and fight with the bullet time, and he can't stray over the wall, trying to find Bajani now, but now he's cut off. He's going to have to dash after him, but he gets stunned up, and Wayena is trying to help out his buddy. The slows are out. The needlework is there. He dodges out. He breaks his ankle, and he goes right into the super mega death rocket.
Brabro feeling left out, shoots the cross mapper to pick up the extra kill, and huge turnaround in that top lane. Bajani making it happen with the Narbar full up this time, and now you're shutting down the misfortune as well. Shogo feeling really bad about that one, I'm sure. Now it's Bajani can definitely beat Gwen on these side lanes, so it's going to be a lot harder to leverage the 6 grub take early, and you're looking at a soul point, and it's not exactly the worst soul you could possibly have. You got Jinx and Aurora and Gnar with a Cloud Soul. It's going to be a rough one.
The top side of Ole Miss is 2-9-1. Meanwhile, Fisher is 5-2-9. Everybody on Fisher playing well. Brabro was allowed a little bit of time to scale. Magi is going to have to flash over. He's going to drop his ultimate down. Shogo is going to be stunned, and now he's hitting his teammates after he hit the blast cone. Bruness and Wayena find a kill. Icelandic Hero forced to flash away, but the chase is still on. Shogo doesn't have anywhere to go. The root only goes down to Wayena. Shogo's got to turn around, but it's futile. The effort is there. The will is there, but the flesh is weak. And Asila is also weak as he's chased down straight up in the top side, looking to take out the turret, and he does as Bruness ulted in, but now Bruness has to deal with Stray. And guess what? Stray, he might be 0-4, but he is really strong. He's going to drop the ultimate down, trying to get as much damage as he can, but Wyena saving his buddy, and everything has fallen apart for Ole Miss. The Land Sharks have been gutted.
Ole Miss really wishing they could get this game back. Fisher has a shutdown across the board for every team member. This is just complete chaos. Icelandic Hero gonna be the extra sacrifice. Was Johnny able to do as he pleases with no repercussions? The Otacon is available, just came up. We're only 20 minutes into this game, but it feels like it's already over here. Fisher putting the nail in the coffin there in the mid lane.
20 minutes in, 4 kills to 20, a 6,000 gold lead for Fisher. Shutdowns on everybody. Ole Miss, I don't know what the plan is. They need to hope that Fisher puts themselves in a terrible position, and Shogo gets an incredible Misfortune ultimate, one of the best of all time probably, in order to find their way back into this game. The good news is, Typhoon, the Nexus is still standing.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty rough of a game to play out from here, but as long as that Nexus is standing, there's still hope to claw your way back in. Their scaling is definitely there, but the problem is, you look across the way, Aurora, Jinx, Gnar, these are champions that are notoriously good in the late game.
There's the bullet time. It's just not doing enough, and now Shogo's going berserk, and everybody's falling away. Brabro, he's not getting bailed out. He's going to go down. We're going to see a couple of kills coming out, though. It's not going to matter all that much as Shogo has been caught, and he will fall. It is a double kill for Bruness, and it feels like that may have been Ole Miss' last gasp.
Yeah, I mean, the setup isn't even that bad. You get a pretty good bullet time out of it, but it's just not enough damage. You take down Brabro, but then you press tab, and there's 3 other carries hitting you, and it's very doom and gloom, and that's just going to be Otacon. And if they weren't ahead before, they definitely are now. You look at these XP differentials here. It's 13, level 13 versus level 11 here in the jungle matchup. Top lane is level 14 versus 12. Mid lane even 2 levels down. It's just really, really tough to play out from here with the even more XP influx.
What a performance from Fisher College in not only this game, but in this series as a whole. It only feels like maybe one game that they were like not really in it, but even then, some really standout performances from a couple of members. You know, Wyena and Bruness have really played their hearts out all series, and now we've even seen Brabro come a little bit alive in this game as Bruness getting a little overeager, trying to, you know, put the dagger in the hearts of Ole Miss right there. No ultimate, but now it's Soul. Ole Miss, I'm not even sure if you can give it up, but I'm not even sure if you can contest.
Yeah, you need some heroics here from Icelandic Hero. That's about the only way is a potential steal, but it looks like they're going to posture to fight it.
Let's see it. 5,000 HP and dropping down. Stray and Rhino are in there. 3,000, 2,000 bullet time coming through, and it's taken away by Ole Miss, but multiple members have gone berserk. Asila's in the middle of 5, but there's the problem. He's in the middle of 5. Shogo on the backside, he falls too. You got the steal, but you lose 4.
This is ultimately... Oh,
never mind. You lose 5.
Yep, Rhino gonna get found out here. Mega Death Rocket did not connect, but Bruness gonna stagger the respawn timer a little bit. Will even take away the Scryer plant.
All right, come on, guys. There you go. Good
there we go. So will delay the respawn timer is huge. You know, because now you delay a ton of engage potential, which makes it even harder to fight back. I mean, they're already 10,000 gold down, so I don't know how well you can fight back anyway. But again, the silver lining, they did claim that Chemtech Dragon, so the soul is not yet claimed for Fisher College.
And this is as out of a game as I've seen Ole Miss in a long time. This is a team that will never stop fighting. will always look to make a miraculous comeback if they can, and they've done it before. But from start to finish, oh my goodness. The vision trick there was just ridiculous. Shogo, there's just not a whole lot he can do. Asila goes down once again. Now, with a super wave coming through, we'll see. 7 seconds until the Baron comes up. Icelandic Hero at least just trying to cut the wave here. I like it. This is good. This is one way to try to keep yourself in the game, but the only problem is when they come for you, Icelandic Hero, that means the Baron will be available for them to do. They drop down the Pantheon Ultimate, and Icelandic Hero will cut out on the side. They'll head to the bottom side. The Baron will be started up by Fisher College.
Yeah, ultimately does delay out the push a little bit, but he is going to get caught by Bajani.
Man. There's just vision everywhere. There's just nothing that these guys can do.
Bajani is still hunting Icelandic Hero.
And why not? Listen, you can never keep the jungler too far away from the Baron, right?
That's true.
You can never keep him too far away, as that has been secured. Now Shogo is here with Icelandic Hero, but no! Bajani turns it around because he's got the Narbar, and Shogo realizes his efforts are futile. Rhino is here to try to help him out. Can you actually get away? The barrier is down, leaping on top of him. You just got to land a little bit more. The Misfortune is fast, but he can't dodge out on the house. And Wayena will find Stray. And I think that'll do it. If it wasn't over before, Typhoon, it's damn sure to be over now.
Beautiful play on the bot side. Bajani flexing the top lane muscles of this level 16 Gnar. Just winning the 3v1, picking up 2 kills. And that's just it. Baron is on the table. They're just taking the turret.
This is it. People are dying. Icelandic Hero is here. There's no minions left, but it doesn't matter. Nexus turret is a little sturdy, though. Hostile takeover coming through. They are going to be able to get Icelandic Hero down. They don't have the minions to actually end right now. Let's see how much damage the turret can do, or if they can actually knock it down. Bullet time coming through, but it's not doing enough damage. They're out of range. The minions are here. Where were you when Fisher College shook the CLOL landscape and knocked off Ole Miss?
Absolutely dominant performance in game number 5 for Fisher. Really pulled it home here at the end of the finish line. I mean, they punched their ticket to the grand final in a very, very dominant fashion in this final game. It looked a little scary there when they went down 2-1, but are able to pull it out at the end. And it's not about not about how you start, it's about how you finish.
Yeah, and a really well-fought series from both of these teams. When it came to Game 5, Fisher College was prepared. They came to play, and they took it to Ole Miss, and they have shown the CLOL world that, yes, we are for real. Yes, you should rank our players higher. Yes, we're a top 5 team in the nation, and yes, we are contenders for the Collegiate League of Legends Championship. Typhoon, if you had to name a player for player of the series, who would it be?
I think the obvious easy choice is Wayna, just surviving all the time, really having an impact in every single game. But it's definitely not, it wasn't a 1v9 from Wayna. It was for sure a great team play, but Wayna definitely standing out there in the game. But I think it would be remiss to not give support a little shout out to Magi, just especially in Game 5, just playing immaculate on this Renata, especially in that top jungle team fight.
Yeah, that team fight was really what broke the game open for Fisher. Thought for a moment maybe that we'd see a victory come through for Ole Miss because they were fighting really hard. They had a bit of an advantage there. But then that fight, as you mentioned, it went so well for Fisher, and it felt like Ole Miss were completely listless and lifeless after that. I agree with you. I think our player of the series has to be Wayna. Honorable mentions to Bruness and really all the team. I think Bajani also played a great series. But enough of those pleasantries. We're going to take a second because we have a little bit of a weird setup today. We're going to try to get an interview with a member of Fisher College. Do not go anywhere because you're going to want to hear what the winners have to say. We'll see you soon.